The House will come to order. Members, cadets from the Colorado Military Academy, CAP Squadron in Colorado Springs will now present the colors. Today, the Pledge of Allegiance will be said by Olivia and Owen Curry from Monastery del Mundo, Aurora, Colorado.
Please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the
United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Members, our thanks to Cadet Major Connor Brower, Cadet Technical Sergeant Gabriela Guerrero, Cadet Chief Master Sergeant Matthew Malloy, Cadet Second Lieutenant Jacob Mestis, and all our guests of Minority Leader Caldwell. Mr. Schiebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Bacon, Barone, Basenecker, Bottoms, Bradfield, Bradley, Brooks, Brown, Caldwell, Camacho, Carter, Representative Carter,
Excused.
Clifford, Rep. Clifford,
Excused.
DeGraff, Duran, English, Espinoza, Representative Espinoza,
Excused. Oh,
Foray, Flanell, Froelich, Garcia. Representative Garcia. Garcia Sander. Gilchrist. Goldstein. Rep. Goldstein. Gonzalez. Hamrick. Hartsook. Jackson. Johnson. Joseph. Representative Joseph. No, is excused. Kelty. Leader. Lindsay. Luck. Lukens. Oh, yeah. Mabry. Marshall. Representative Marshall is excused. Martinez. Morrow. McCormick. Wynn. Pascal. Phillips. Representative Phillips. Oh, it's right in front of me. Richardson. Ricks. Rutinell. Ryden. Sirota. Slaw. Smith. Soper. Stewart K. Stewart R. Story. Sukla. Taggart. Titone. Valdez A. Representative Valdez is excused. Rep. Velasco is excused. Weinberg.
Present.
Wilford. Winter. Woodrow. Woog. Zokai. And Madam Speaker.
With 62 present and 3 excused, we do have a quorum. Representative Wynn.
Madam Speaker, it's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Madam Speaker, I move the Journal of Friday, March 6, 2026 to be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Members, you have heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes still have it. The motion is adopted. Members, we are ready to proceed to business. Madam Majority. Okay. Members, we will start with announcements and introductions. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Agriculture, Water, and Natural Resources Committee will be meeting today at 1:30 in room 107 to hear House Bill 1183.
Thank you. Members, announcements and introductions. Sorry, Representative Hartsook.
Good morning. Happy Monday. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, so tomorrow, 8 to 9 outside the old Supreme Court building, we're going to have the Colorado State Patrol Association. Be stopped by there with breakfast. Please stop by and thank them. They do a great job here of taking care of us, protecting us, and watching out for everything that we do. So let's stop by and show our appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you. Minority Leader Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to say thank you to our Civil Air Patrol today for presenting the colors.
Mr. Minority Leader,
yes,
one
ma'am.
moment.
Thank you.
Members, your attention, please. Thank you. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have many of our Civil Air Patrol cadets here. If you all would like to stand and be recognized. The Civil Air Patrol is the congressionally chartered auxiliary of the United States Air Force. They have 900 unpaid volunteers and over 1,000 cadets serving the state in emergency services. In 2025, the Colorado Wing flew 1,237 Civil Air Patrol, Air Force ROTC, and Junior ROTC cadet orientation flights. Last year, it participated in search operations resulting in 9 successful finds and 3 air defense intercept missions. So these are our young people out there serving the state of Colorado unpaid. A lot of them are preparing themselves for a future in our armed forces, and we're very appreciative of them. I love Civil Air Patrol Day. Colonel Toby, who I have not seen this morning, is here a lot, and he's great. Most of you have received your cards, your Civil Air Patrol cards. Come talk to me about what you can do with that. Love to fill you in. If you did not receive one, I have the paperwork here and would love to get 100% participation in this. I think we're around 95, 96% right now. So with that, thank you again to the cadets who are here. Thank you for presenting the colors, and thank you for what you do for the state of Colorado.
Thank you. Representative Wilford.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee will meet at 1:30 p.m. to hear House Bills 1128, 1083, and 1243. I do want to note that we do have a location change, so we will be meeting in the Old State Library. See you then.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, quick announcement. Finance Committee will be meeting at 1:30 p.m. in room 112 to hear, in this order, HB 1107, 1221, 1222, 1223, and Senate Bill 46.
Thank you. I believe, Representative Mabry, did you have an announcement? No. I believe we are done with announcements and introductions. Members, please take your seats. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for consideration of resolutions.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for consideration of resolutions. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the immediate consideration of House Joint Resolution 1020.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed to the immediate consideration of House Joint Resolution 1020. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Joint Resolution 1020.
House Joint Resolution 1020 by Representatives Ricks and Espinoza, also Senators Marchman and Wallace, concerning the designation of March 8, 2026 as International Women's Day in Colorado, and in connection therewith acknowledging the countless contributions that women have made in history and to contemporary society.
Representatives Ricks and Espinoza. Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to ask all our women to come into the well, please.
Representative Espinoza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move House Joint Resolution 261020 and ask that it be read at length.
Thank you. Mr. Schiebel, please read our resolution.
Whereas March 8th is International Women's Day, a global celebration of the social, economic, cultural, and political achievements of women, and a call to action for advancing gender equality worldwide. And whereas International Women's Day is an annual celebration to recognize that women have fought hard to secure their rights of suffrage and equal opportunity, and to honor the profound and enduring contributions that women have made throughout history in every sphere of life. And whereas through their contributions to the abolitionist movement, the emancipation movement, the industrial labor movement, the civil rights movement, and especially the peace movement, women have worked to create a more fair and just society for all. And whereas women have played a critical role in shaping history, From warriors to world leaders, artists to activists, educators to entrepreneurs, and scientists to social reformers, though their stories are often untold and underrepresented. And whereas women and girls contribute to every sector of society and deserve to have their rights and opportunities protected and enhanced, regardless of their race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, gender identity, or socioeconomic background. And whereas throughout history, women have fought tirelessly for equal rights, justice, and recognition, often overcoming systemic obstacles, prejudice, and inequality to create lasting social change, and have exemplified extraordinary courage and resilience by breaking barriers and leaving legacies that continue to inspire generations of women around the world, and working tirelessly to ensure that the doors opened by the women who came before us remain open for the next generation of women leaders, thinkers, and changemakers. And whereas women have made significant strides in economic empowerment, establishing businesses, securing wealth, and leading industries, while challenging societal norms and expanding economic opportunities for women of all races and backgrounds, and have demonstrated leadership, ingenuity, and persistence in achieving success. And whereas in 1893, Colorado was one of the first states to give women the right to vote, and the first to do so through a voter referendum. And whereas after women were given the right to vote in Colorado, women across the state campaigned to bring that right to women throughout the rest of the nation. And whereas Colorado women have always been at the forefront of political and civic engagement, advocating for the rights of all people and shaping state policy, including in 1894 when Colorado made history by electing 3 women to the Colorado House of Representatives. And whereas in 1896, a national survey named Colorado as one of 2 states that were banner states for women's office holding in the nation. And whereas past women of distinction and honorable mention within the Colorado General Assembly include Ari Parks Taylor, the first African-American woman elected to the Colorado General Assembly, Polly Baca, the first minority woman and first Latina elected to the Colorado State Senate, the first Latina in the nation to serve in both the House of Representatives and the Senate of her state legislature, and the first Latina to serve in leadership in any state senate within the United States, and Norma Anderson, the first woman to serve as majority leader in both the Colorado House of Representatives and Colorado State Senate. And whereas women legislators play a vital role in addressing difficult social and economic issues and helping our country and the state of Colorado prepare for the future. Currently, women make up almost 60% of the membership of the House of Representatives, and a total of 51 women serve in the General Assembly, the largest number of women to serve in the legislature in Colorado's history. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 75th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the Senate concurring herein, that we, the members of the General Assembly, hereby honor the achievements, contributions, and resilience of women throughout history, celebrating the strength, wisdom, and courage of all women who have shaped our world. That we encourage the continued celebration of International Women's Day as a means to reflect on the past, present, and future achievements of women, and to inspire ongoing efforts towards a future in which gender equality is fully realized, in which every woman has the opportunity to succeed, and in which the power of women's voices is valued and respected in every corner of Colorado. That we commit to advancing the goals of women's empowerment, education, and equality by continuing to support policies that eliminate barriers to opportunity, recognizing the indispensable role that women play in building thriving economies, vibrant communities, and peaceful societies. That we recognize that while we have made significant progress, there is much work left to be done to create a world where every woman, regardless of her background, race, or circumstance, has the opportunity to reach her fullest potential, and that we commit to a future in which the contributions of women are valued, celebrated, and reflected in every aspect of society, today, tomorrow, and always. And that we, the members of the General Assembly, recognize March 8th as International Women's Day in Colorado, and invite the people of this state to explore the critical economic, cultural, and societal roles that women have played and continue to play in every sphere of life in Colorado and in the United States.
Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and members of the House. I'm going to ask that you guys sit. You can relax as we go through this. I rise today in support of HJR 261020, International Women's Day, honoring the countless contributions of women across the globe that women have made across the globe throughout history. In Genesis 22:22 to 24, it tells us the creation of a woman. It talks about how Adam, the first man, was put under anesthesia, and he went to sleep, and God did the first surgery in history. He took out the rib of Adam, and from there he fashioned a woman who was said to be one that would be a helpmate, that would be suitable for him. When Adam awoke and God presented him his newest creation, he said, "Whoa, man." And today, we are celebrating the phenomenal women that are here in the state capitol and all around the world. The first International Women's Day was celebrated in 1908, where it was a movement for suffrage and for women equality. And in 1975, the United Nations recognized International Women's Day, and that has become a recognition since 1975. The history of celebration in the state capitol started in 2018 when I approached Senator Rhonda Fields about hosting women for International Women's Day, and that was in 2018. Today marks the 8th annual celebration in the state capitol of International Women's Day. The idea behind that was to have women come to the Capitol and get a behind-the-scene look of what it was, what we as legislators do to get, a photo op, get to talk to the legislature. A lot of people drive by the Gold Dome every day. They know nothing about what happens here. But this is called the People's House for a reason, and we want people to feel free to come and engage. Across the world, women have worked relentlessly to expand opportunity and advance equality. From fighting for women's suffrage and expanding civic participation to advocating for sexual and reproductive rights and to working to combat gender inequality and gender-based violence. Women have driven meaningful change in communities everywhere. For generations, women have been leaders in the movement for justice, for education, healthcare, economic opportunity. Their advocacy has helped shape policy, strengthen communities, and open doors for future generations. Yet the story of progress is still being written. Around the world, women continue to organize, lead, motivate, and innovate to improve the lives of families and communities. When women are empowered to participate fully in civic, economic, and social life, entire communities grow stronger. Here in Colorado, women have long demonstrated extraordinary leadership, determination, and vision. In 1893, Colorado became the first state to grant women the right to vote, and the first to do so through a voter referendum. After winning that right, here in Colorado, women helped lead the national movement to extend suffrage across the United States. Our state also has a proud history of trailblazing women in public service. In 1972, Ari Parks Taylor was the first African-American woman elected to the Colorado General Assembly, representing Park Hill. Paula Baca became the first Latina and minority woman elected to the Colorado State Senate, and the first Latina in the United States to serve in both chambers of a state legislature. Norma Anderson was made history as the first woman to serve as a majority leader in both the Colorado House of Representatives and the Colorado State Senate. We also have the three trailblazers that were mentioned in our resolution remarks. Today, women make up more than 60% of the membership of the House of Representatives, and 51 women currently serve in the Colorado State House. This is the largest the largest number of women in state's history. Their leadership and dedication to addressing complex socio-economic challenges continue to strengthen our communities, our state, and our nation. The impact of women on the well-being and the growth of our state cannot be overstated. More than 75% of Colorado hospital workforce are women, providing essential care and serving on the front lines during the public health crisis. 74% of our public school teachers are women, educating and inspiring our next generation. Nearly half of Colorado's small business owners are women, pursuing their passions while helping drive the economy forward. And while we celebrate this progress, we must also acknowledge that work remains. Colorado has still not broken the glass ceiling or having a female senator or governor. Women also make 85% less than what men earn, and that gender pay gap is higher for Black women and Latino women. As we reflect on International Women's Day, it is important to recognize that progress has never come easily. Yet history shows us that women have always met moments of challenges with resilience, courage, and determination. In the words of one of my favorite poets, Maya Angelou, she says, "We may encounter many defeats, but we must not be defeated." And in the words of Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, "As women achieve power, the barriers will fall, and we'll all be better for it." Before I close, I would like to recognize the phenomenal women and organizations that are here in the state chambers with us, joining us in the Capitol today. But I will let you do your speech, and then I'll recognize them. So, go ahead.
Thank you.
Representative Espinoza.
Not much more to say after that. I do want to say this, though. I was honored to be part of this resolution because International Women's Day is about empowering women. We will shortly have, I believe, a small amendment that we accept from our minority caucus because there's no intent to undermine the traditional role of women as well. Women as mothers, as caregivers, as family members are critical to the development of not only the power of women, but the power of men to ensure that women are recognized. So today, we rise not only to recognize women and their efforts and their movements toward success, but women as in every category, as caregivers, as entrepreneurs, as business leaders, and as politicians. We recognize that women do have a perspective that's critical to understanding where the world needs to go. As I was thinking about this, what I thought about it in terms of the United Nations adopting this as an official day, and the long-term traditions, the original traditions of this movement was deep in communist and socialism. That was the first origins of the International Women's Day. But as the UN took it into their charter, what they focused on and what they have been focusing on for the last several decades is the empowerment of women and the protection of girls in times of war and crisis. It is that peace movement that inspires me to be part of this resolution today, and an acknowledgement that we as women can help to find that peace. There's been statements that we would have no wars if women were in charge because we would recognize the harm and the potential that would happen in those wars and would come to the table together. That is why I'm so proud to serve in this legislature with so many amazing women who bring every day those comments and that thought to the process. And through us, we hopefully engender your participation, my male colleagues, to also engage in a community function and ensure that we're all moving towards the peace that International Women's Day is asking us to embrace.
Representative Ricks, this is your second time to speak to the resolution. You have 3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining.
Thank you. I want to recognize all the phenomenal people that are in the chamber today. Many organizations are supporting this event. We have Danny Newsom of Cobalt. We have Bianca Emerson of CBWPA, Danielle Combo, who is representing the League of Women Voters, Louise Merlin, who's representing the Women's Foundation. We also have members of CIRC, members of my community. We have Regina Edmondson, who's representing Cross Purpose, and so many others. Thank you all for being here today. The layout today is that we are going to break, when we do break off the floor, we'll have some small sandwiches and light hors d'oeuvres for people to mingle, take a picture with their favorite legislator downstairs in the West Foyer? Yeah, in the West Foyer. And so please join us there. There will be a press conference at roughly around 11:30 to 12, depending on when we get off the floor chambers. But thank you for celebrating International Women's Day.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the sponsors of the resolution. I rise today as a woman and as someone who has never relented in my fight to defend women across the state of Colorado. Everyone in this chamber knows how deeply I value the contributions women have made to our community, state, and our country. International Women's Day and Women's History Month have historically been moments that bring people together. The celebration of this month has never intended to be a partisan exercise. Women's History Month demonstrates exactly that. In 1981, Republican Senator Orrin Hatch and Democrat Representative Barbara Mikulski came together to sponsor the congressional resolution creating National Women's History Week. President Ronald Reagan then signed the proclamation in 1982 and continued to recognize it during his presidency. A few years later, in 1987, Congress again acted in a bipartisan manner to expand that recognition into the entire month of March. That law was signed again by President Reagan. From the very beginning, the celebration of women's history has been something Americans approach together. Republicans and Democrats alike recognize that honoring the achievements of women was something bigger than politics. Every year, this resolution has been bipartisan. That is why many of us on my side of the aisle are disappointed to see how this resolution was brought forward. At no point were Republican women approached to sponsor this resolution. At no point were we asked for our input. At no point did any of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle approach the Republican women serving in this chamber to have a conversation about how to properly honor the brave women who has formed our state. If the goal was truly, as you stated in your resolution, to exemplify extraordinary courage and resilience by breaking barriers and leaving legacies that continue to inspire generations of women around the world, and working tirelessly to ensure that doors opened by the women who came before us remain open for the next generation of women leaders, thinkers, and change makers, then why was none of the incredible experience and leadership sitting right here within this caucus even considered in that conversation? Representative Bradfield spent over 2 decades as a teacher after supporting her family through 22 years of military service around the world. Representative Flanell is a small business owner. Representative Johnson has served as an EMT and dedicated her life to Colorado's rural communities. Rep. Kelty served our country for 21 years in the Navy. Rep. Garcia Sander has dedicated her career to supporting the next generation through her service as a teacher and principal. And Representative Luck has lived abroad and brings a global perspective and deep appreciation for the things we have honored to have here in America. And I have dedicated my career to orthopedics and treating vestibular disorder and concussions at my physical therapy clinic. Not to mention that many of us in this caucus are also mothers. That matters. Being a mother gives you a front row seat to the challenges families face every single day. It gives you a deep understanding of what it means to raise children, protect them, guide them, and prepare them to our future. These are just a few examples of the women who serve this caucus and bring real-life experience to the work that we do here today. And this is why it is so frustrating that a resolution meant to celebrate women was drafted without even inviting our voices into the conversation. But beyond that, this resolution is fraught with language that intends to divide women across the state. Women's history should not be about advancing a partisan narrative. It should be about recognizing the women who helped build Colorado and expand opportunities for those who came after them. As I was reading through the resolution, I noticed several women who were honored through the resolution, and while I recognize the sponsor's intent to honor women who served in the legislature, I am disappointed that we didn't see a few names of women who truly fought the fight for what Women's History Month was created to honor. For example, women like Clara Cressingham, who in 1884 became one of the first 3 women elected to the Colorado House of Representatives, and the first woman to hold a leadership position in this legislature. Carrie Clyde Hawley, elected alongside her that same year, who became the first woman in Colorado to draft legislation that was successfully passed into law. And Eliza Pickrell Rout, one of Colorado's first ladies, who played a critical role in advancing women's suffrage, became the first woman to register to vote in Colorado, and later served on the State Board of Agriculture. These women represent what Women's History Month is truly about. They fought for opportunity and opened doors for our state, and they did it in ways that united people and expanded participation in our democracy. That is a legacy worth honoring. The women who shaped our history should never be a time for partisan talking points. Women's History Month should recognize, respect, and show gratitude for the many ways that women have contributed to the state. This resolution does not do that, and that's why I will be a no. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In reading through this resolution, there is a stark absence of language that speaks to women in roles that they have held since the beginning of time. The resolution is filled with language about a woman's role in the economy and politics, but it is devoid of language about that core place that a woman has always held in the home. A couple of weeks ago, I had the privilege of being the class sponsor for some high school students who every year come to the Capitol for a week to learn about the governmental process. And in engaging with this group, I learned that there were a host of young women who had been told all of their lives by society, follow your dreams. And yet, when they told society back, my dream is to be a wife and a mom, they were chastised and rebuked and said, oh no, don't follow that dream. You have more potential than that. And they found themselves in this place of wanting to know what to do. They're 17, 18 years old, and they're looking at the horizon of what's next after school, and they're saying, I really don't want to check the boxes society has told me I need to check. I don't want to go to college and pursue some career. I want to be more than just an economic widget, as our colleague from El Paso County would say. And yet they felt this tension. It seems that the fights of 3 generations ago have now reversed, and the fight facing many of our young women is one against the feminist narrative, against the pursuit of career and fame and fortune and name and lights, a desire to simply live simply and to pour out a life on behalf of a husband and children. And so I rise today to submit an amendment to this chamber on behalf of those young girls so that this particular community can say to them that that's an equally valid choice. So I move Amendment L002 and ask that it be displayed.
The amendment is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment is very simple. It adds 5 words. So on page 2, lines 7 through 10, it says right now in the resolution, whereas women have played a critical role in shaping history, from warriors to world leaders, artists to activists, educators to entrepreneurs, and scientists to social reformers, though their stories are often untold and underrepresented. This amendment would add, after entrepreneurs, the words matrons to mothers, meaning wives to mothers, keeping the alphabetical, alliteration intact. The second part of this would be on page 4. Lines 1 through 5 currently read that we commit to advancing the goals of women's empowerment, education, and equality by continuing to support policies that eliminate barriers to opportunity, recognizing the indispensable role that women play in building in building thriving economies, vibrant communities, and peaceful societies. And this amendment would add in healthy families. These are, by amount, very small amendments, but by substance, very great ones. I have dear friends, my closest friends, in fact, who are skilled professionals. One is an artist, another a counselor, one a lawyer and another a business owner, and one a scientist who worked for NASA. And all of these women, when they started to have children, decided that they would commit to giving their lives for the lives of their family. They stepped away from very successful endeavors and careers, from their own dreams, in order to pour into a greater dream as they saw it. They should be honored in this resolution as well. They too are in the category of people who are untold and underrepresented in our current day. It is unlikely that their names will ever be in a history book, but their contributions to our communities will be written for generations to come. I know that there are those who mock the idea of a traditional wife, who think that pursuing that is less than. I know that in part because of my own experience in determining not to run for re-election and the comments that I have received. I think that if we are going to say to women, you are empowered to make your own choices, they should genuinely be empowered to make their own choices without the judgments that come. I also want to speak to the women like my own mother, who work diligently, very long hours, sacrificially, not because she was pursuing some great accolade, I should say, or fame, but because she cared about her family. She wasn't trying to break through a glass ceiling, she was trying to keep a ceiling over our heads. And I think women like that, who have sacrificed for their children, wanting everything to give better to their children, should also be honored in this space. William Ross Wallace wrote a poem in the 1800s. The poem is entitled, "The Hand That Rocks the Cradle is the Hand That Rules the World." He says, "Blessings on the hand of women. Angels guard its strength and grace. In the palace, cottage, hovel, oh, no matter where the place. Would that never storms assailed it, rainbows ever gently curled. For the hand that rocks the cradle is the hand that rules the world. Infancy's the tender fountain, power may with beauty flow. Mothers first to guide the streamlets, from them souls unresting grow. Grow on for the good or evil, sunshine streamed or evil hurled. For the hand that rocks the cradle is the hand that rules the world. Woman, how divine your mission, here upon our natal sod. Keep, oh keep the young heart open, always to the breath of God. All true trophies of the ages are from mother love imperiled. For the hand that rocks the cradle is the hand that rules the world. Blessings on the hand of women, fathers, sons, and daughters cry, and the sacred song is mingled with the worship in the sky. Mingles where no tempest darkens, rainbows evermore hurled, for the hand that rocks the cradle is the hand that rules the world. And lest some still believe that wives and mothers don't contribute, I think it's important to remember that in a home, a wife and a mother fulfills a lot of roles. Alphabetically, here are just a few thoughts to ponder. She is an accountant, a barber, a chef, and a dietitian. She's an entertainer, a financier, a gardener, and a housekeeper. She's an innovator, a janitor, and a judge, a knitter, and a logistics manager. She's a mediator, a nurse, an outdoor guide, and a plumber. She's the quality inspector, the researcher, and the strategist. She's the teacher, the umpire, the volunteer, the writer of bedtime stories, the expert problem solver, the youth counselor, and even the zookeeper. I hope that this body can find this to be an acceptable amendment. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Speaker. The most famous, arguably most famous woman in history was the mother of Jesus. A mother that had the greatest gift, I think, that was ever given to a human. And I do believe that the greatest, highest calling of a woman is being a mother. I think that's absolutely amazing. Doesn't mean they can't accomplish many, many other things, but that is a supernatural thing, because we don't make life, God makes life. And that, as a father, I think that's the greatest thing God's ever done in my life, is being a father. And so the understanding of a mother and what that means in our hearts. My mother passed away a handful of years ago, and it was, you guys don't have to stand. It was, I didn't realize the hole it leaves in your life. I thought I would. I've done many funerals for mothers, but I didn't realize the hole it leaves in your life. There is something about a mother that is unequivocal and across all of society. There's nothing like having a mother, being a mother. Those are the transcendent things that rise above all of the stuff we do as human beings. And so I want to thank the representative for bringing the amendment. I think this is a profound amendment, and hopefully thanking the majority party for accepting the amendment. This is great. Thank you.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the colleagues who spoke before us. I was listening to you very carefully with this particular amendment. I do not fully understand some of the words. Can you come back, please, and explain them to us, the word matrons, to mothers? I need to understand better before I can vote on this particular amendment. Thank you.
Representative Luck. Representative Luck, you have 3 minutes and 26 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the representative from Boulder for asking the clarifying question. I appreciate it. So as you see on page 2, lines 7 through 10, there is a listing using alliteration of different roles that women have played. And so, honoring the spirit of the resolution and the way it was written, I needed to find a word that started with an M to convey both, or a W to convey wives and mothers, or wives and wives and mothers. And so a synonym for the word wife is a matron, right? It's a married woman. And so this just adds in to this descriptor of what women have been historically and the impact that they have had, the roles that they have played as both wives and mothers, or matrons and moms. And then the latter part is, again, just adding in the notion that women play an indispensable role in building not only thriving economies, vibrant communities, and peaceful societies, but also healthy families. I hope that answers your question.
Representative Espinoza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative from Fremont, for that explanation. With that, the sponsors would urge you to vote yes on this amendment. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L002 to House Joint Resolution 1020. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Weinberg votes yes. Representative Tatone is excused with a $1 fine. With 63 ayes, 0 no, and 2 excused, Amendment L002 is adopted. Back to the resolution. Seeing no, Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you. I mean, it wasn't my amendment, but thank you for accepting that amendment. I think it was good, very good. There's some wonderful language in this bill, in this resolution. I mean, I'm going to read some of it I think is important, but I want to give you a little bit of history, and this is some of where my personal history intersects with this. So I'm a minister in a fellowship called the Assemblies of God. We're not a denomination. We're a fellowship. And one of the things that was pretty important in the beginning of our fellowship, over 120 years ago or something, was the fact that our fellowship is very egalitarian. And this was from very early on, that what I mean by that is women can be in ministry. Now, I know that there's a lot of groups, denominations, all kinds of things and they base this on a lot of things. Some of it's theological. I have debated this with some of the strongest theologians in the country, that I believe theologically women can be in ministry. My grandmother was a pastor in the 1940s here in Colorado. That is, specifically at that time, that was a big one, right? So my wife is ordained. That was something she's only done in the last few years. I've been begging her for 35. She finally did that. I believe very strongly in the equality of women. I don't couch this in any of my conversations in ministry or anything else. I believe that women were created equal. The example that was given earlier was that God took a rib from Adam and he made Eve. He could have taken a bone from the head and women would have walked over men. He could have taken a bone from the foot and men would have walked over women. But he took a bone that protects the heart, protects the innermost of a man, and he creates woman to walk right beside him, but also be a protector in a way that sometimes we lose in modern understanding of culture. One of the things that I think was left out of this, I would have put a different whereas. I didn't want to present this as an amendment, but on page 2, line 11, it says, whereas women and girls contribute to every sector of society, I believe strongly that's true, and deserve to have their rights and opportunities protected and enhanced. I believe this strongly. And then the next few words, regardless of their race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, gender identity, or socioeconomic background. I believe strongly, regardless of race, ethnicity, socioeconomic background. But I believe the terminology sexual orientation or gender identity directly attacks the resolution. This resolution is about women, not about men. It's about women. It's not about somebody choosing something. It's about women. We know that the scripture was just quoted by our Democrat colleague and by myself, that God created woman. In fact, the way she said that, I've used that in many sermons, that Adam said, whoa, man, this is amazing. But that's a woman. And we know what a woman is. Science tells us that. And so that part I struggle with, to say that we want to make sure that they succeed, women succeed, but then we directly say, but we're going to include other groups in there. And that's why I think there should have been another whereas, which is Title IX. It was seemingly left out of this, and Title IX was enacted in 1972. It prohibited sex-based discrimination in federally funded Colorado education, profoundly reshaping collegiate athletes and addressing campus sexual misconduct. Key milestones include a 1973 shower protest for women's locker rooms at Colorado College, right here in our state. A 1993 Roberts versus Colorado State University lawsuit, which protected women's athletic programs. Following the 1972 federal law, Colorado institutions began the slow progress of compliance. In 1973, female students at Colorado College demanded that they have the same rights with facilities and everything else. Women's soccer began in varsity sports there in 1978. Title IX, girls had the right, this happened in my lifetime, I was born in 1970. Girls have the right to sports, to have girls' sports. They have the right to have their own. They were excluded from this. They were kept out. Just because of one reason, they were women. We finally got that starting in the early 70s. We finally got this fixed in our country, the same as suffrage. Same as any other right of a woman to be able to go into any setting, because I do believe women are equal to men. And so this is one of the things that this resolution says we should be protecting. I would love to see, instead of sexual orientation and gender identity, I'd love to see sports put there. Because women have a right to have their sports against other women, against other girls. I think that may be coming to committee today. Throughout history, women, this is the resolution, women have fought tirelessly for equal rights, justice, recognition in sports also. Having overcome systemic obstacles, prejudice, inequality, to create lasting social change and the ability to have sports. Why is that not included in this resolution? Women fought for decades and decades for Title IX. It's one of the strongest things after suffrage that our country did for women. It should be in that order: suffrage, Title IX. Why is Title IX not in this resolution? It seems grossly missing. But we'll have a chance later. I will be reading this later today, and we'll have a chance to fix that. I cannot vote for this resolution as long as sexual orientation and gender identity is in it.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do appreciate the opportunity to be here, and I thank you for the acceptance of that resolution. And this is a resolution that's been brought to me on behalf of an amendment on behalf of a lot of females who feel like they've been left out of this sphere. And now, as far as language goes, I'd probably get rid of an enhanced rights, because we all have equal, self-evident, creator-endowed rights, and I think those are something that we need to promote equality in, and not differences. But what we have is, unfortunately, we have, in speaking to my colleagues' observation, what I've been asked to run is an amendment that just simply allows us to nail down this definition and finally have a recognition of what women are. So I move L003 to HJR 1020 and ask that it be displayed. And the reason I'm asking for this...
Representative DeGraff, one moment, please. The amendment is properly displayed.
And this is just biology. But we've had society torn up and uprooted over this. We've had the Title IX issues. We've had multiple issues around this, just not being able to define. Now we have that. Now we do have, the biological aspect of this, but we cannot just run and say that woman is an assemblage of parts or a costume or a feeling. A lot of the inequalities that were spoken of in here are, we're not speaking of the reasons for them. I mean, the rights, I think, are obvious, that all means all. So this just defines it for everybody to understand that what we're talking about is, whereas woman means an adult female who is biologically distinguished by being chromosomally homogametic, XX, consistent with the genetic characteristics associated with the female sex in human biology. It's purely a biologic marker. We are all imbued with this at our creation, at our conception. We have those markers. Now, does XX or XY make one person more valuable than the other? Absolutely not. We've talked about this, that this is a matter of equality. Biblically, when God refers to two as becoming one, I think that's one complete image of God, not one being better than the other. So this is purely for setting a standard that we can go forward so that the women, the females, the adult human persons in our life can be protected, can feel secure, can know that they are valued. So I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Espinoza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the amendment, we ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L003 to House Joint Resolution 1020. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Weinberg votes yes. English, Foray. Representative English. Please close the machine. With 22 aye, 42 no, and 1 excuse, the amendment is lost. Back to the resolution. Representative Luck. Representative Luck, this is your second time to speak to the resolution. You have 7 minutes and 7 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate your attention a second time. As this is my last year in this building, this will be my last opportunity likely to make this point. And I think it's worth making. In 6 years, I have not seen a resolution dedicated to honoring men. And I want to take this opportunity as a woman to also honor the men who are here, who are listening, who are out there. It has been pointed to by both sides of the aisle today, the founding origins of humanity, that God made them both male and female. I believe that complementarity is a beautiful thing, and it allows for a thriving that is unparalleled when properly positioned. If you consider a ballroom dance, whether the salsa or a waltz, if either party does not play its proper role, the dance falls apart. The same holds true with men and women. And I think we do a disservice to men by only honoring women. And so I want to thank all of the men in this room for being men. Your identity is not toxic, even though civilization will also often say that your very being is an anathema to success. You have a role to play. And I genuinely believe that when men step out,
Representative Luck, I am willing to give you a little bit of leeway here, but we are talking to this resolution at this time.
thank you, Madam Speaker. And I am appreciative of the leeway, but I am speaking to the fact that we don't honor the other side of this coin, and I have 2 more quick sentences to say, which is simply that you, as men, when you are walking in the fullness of your particular mantles, when you're standing in godly leadership and honorable leadership, you make women ever more beautiful. And I hope that in honoring women, you don't feel dishonored, because that would not be my intention.
Representative Espinoza, this is your second time to speak to the resolution. You have 7 minutes and 48 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to encourage us all to recognize what we're doing here today. That is, to put forward a resolution honoring women. And as every resolution and every bill in this chamber has some element that we could pick apart, because we are very smart, intelligent legislators. The question becomes, Are we today willing to recognize and honor women as part of the International Women's Day that was adopted and recognized yesterday on March 8th? I submit that we should. We accepted an amendment to recognize that maybe we had left something out, because we do recognize that women have many roles in society, including that of wife and mother, partner and mother. But this resolution is also framed upon the historical role of women in seeking equality at the ballot box, in politics, in business, and in their homes. I think it's critical to understand that women have led the way for that equality, including in the rights for women, for people seeking gender identity and sexual orientation. But they have also led the fight for women to be able to choose reproductive justice. Reproductive justice meaning, from my perspective as a woman of color, the understanding of the right to be and to choose to be a mother, unrestrained from government interference. Recognizing that there are times in history where women of color were denied that opportunity because of forced sterilization, because of other people deciding that certain groups were not capable of being mothers. So as I accepted that resolution, that's what I thought of, that the fight for women includes those fights and times when women have been denied certain opportunities. We are not perfect when we draft these resolutions, and I think we try to be neutral in terms of triggering issues. And we tried to include, in a bipartisan way, the leaders in this legislature. And I thank my good colleague from Douglas County who added additional women to the table and to this discussion, because that is critical as well. But thank goodness we have so many women, we could not include them all. That shows the progress that has been made over time and the reason that we need to continue to move forward as well. Our good colleague from El Paso, our good colleague raises the issue of Title IX. But I would suggest that is a red herring for this resolution, because Title IX is not what we are talking about. We are talking about equality, and we are talking about recognizing women from an international perspective. So I want to close with this other issue of why, in addition, we accepted wives and mothers. Because today, in this world, wives and mothers are fighting to protect their children. Some of them in military service, some of them as victims of war. And I raised the issue of war because what the UN did in adopting the women's movement is say women can work for peace, but women can also be victims of war. Their children can be the subjects of child soldiers or as victims of war. But that does not mean that harm only happens to women. Of course it includes the fathers, the parents, the other individuals that were part of this situation. So I submit that we attempted in this resolution to focus on one issue, which is how do we honor International Women's Day? I believe we've done it. I believe the amendment helps get us closer to that issue, and I would encourage all of us to vote yes on this resolution. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1020. Mr. Schiebel, please, 1020 as amended. I think we need a new motion, Madam Majority Leader. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move House Joint Resolution 1020 as amended.
Thank you. The motion before us is the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1020 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
No, ma'am.
Representative Weinberg votes no. Please close the machine. With 44 aye, 20 no, and 1 excused, House Joint Resolution 1020 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Members, we are moving on to third reading. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1008.
House Bill 1008 by Representatives Lukens and Taggart, also Senators Marchman and Rich, concerning measures to enhance outdoor recreation opportunities in the state and in connection therewith, expanding the Division of Parks and Wildlife's capacity for outdoor recreation coordination, planning, and management, and making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1008 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1008 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
No, ma'am.
Representative Weinberg votes no. Please close the machine. With 47 ayes, 17 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1008 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1088.
House Bill 1088 by Representatives Clifford and Taggart, also Senator Cutter, concerning entity filings made with the Secretary of State and in connection with making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1088 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1088 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Weinberg votes yes. Ryden and Soper. Representative Soper is excused with a $1 fine. Please close the machine. With 63 ayes, 0 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1088 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1202.
House Bill 1202 by Representatives Rutanel and Sirota, also Senator Amabile, concerning strategies to mitigate homelessness and in connection therewith, requiring the Department of Local Affairs to present a proposal for a statewide strategy on homelessness prevention and resolution, allowing local governments to create multi-jurisdictional homelessness authorities and allowing real estate documentary fees to be used for affordable housing.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1202 on third reading and final passage.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think while the intents of this are laudable, you know, we just have a problem right now. I just find it very interesting that we have a $0 FTE, but we have to redefine a word in our filing fees because it has a word that's similar, and it's in order to pay for it in the future, but the future says it will never cost anything. So I'm very confused on fiscal notes this year, because right now we've blown through a $4 billion budget. We've blown through a $4 billion surplus. We have another $4 billion in participation trophies. So there's $8 billion that we're in debt. And for anybody in the gallery, the citizens from whom we derive our just power, the consent of the governed, Colorado is not allowed to be in debt. Yet we're $8 billion in debt. And now what we're doing is we're pretending, so I'm just confused because this bill simultaneously pretends to have no cost, yet creates a mechanism and a horrible precedent for making more costs. And what are these costs? Let's look at the programs again. The estimated cost for such a program, if you look around the country, $5 to $15 million per year. Regional homeless authorities, they cost between $10 million and $50 million per year. Direct housing and shelter programs, $25,000 to $40,000 per person per year.
Representative DeGraff, I'm going to put us in a brief recess. Thank you, members. The House will come back to order. Thank you, Representative DeGraff. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just for the record, I was not gavelled.
You were not, Representative DeGraff.
I was not called into the principal's office. I was not gavelled. Okay, so total spending in the metro region, $1.9 billion. Estimated statewide cost, if it fully expands, $265 to $1.2 billion, $265 million to $1.2 billion per year. So it just feels like we're not really talking about what this program is, and I'd feel a lot better that we are talking about what the program actually is and saying that, okay, maybe you've cracked the nut, because the government, our state, is such a size and such a ridiculously bloated. Now, if we can't handle our competencies inside essentially a $50 billion budget, $50 billion per year, I think that's roughly $10,000 per citizen. If we can't handle our competencies inside of that, then why are we taking on more? I mean, what we really need to be doing is getting to the root and going down and getting into and finding out what our actual priorities are. Because we have billions of dollars that's going to not priorities, and if this is a priority, then we need to find that money someplace else, because the citizens are running out of money and running out of Colorado. And pretty soon, you'll have to turn to turnips to get that lifeblood, because the people won't be here. So I can't accept that this is a $0 FTE in out years when there is a clear cost to such programs. And now, if we were going to use this in terms of the ballot initiative, like we're talking about to the citizens, what this bill would come forward with is say, hey, we need the money, we need this $1.2 billion per year, and we are going to take it from another fund. And we are going to reduce and we're going to shift that manpower over, because that's what we've said that the citizens must do. They must balance the budget. But here we don't. Here again, we're just going to balance this on fees, and we go back to a fee that was pre-Tabor, like that somehow makes it legitimate. I mean, fees are a legitimate idea. A fee for service is a legitimate idea. That's why they're included in the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. But now, instead of having a service for which we have a fee, we invent a need to create a service, to create a fee, to fund who knows what grift. But if we were going to be consistent with the citizens of Colorado, from whom this body derives its just powers, which means that the powers that don't come from the consent of the governed are not just. And so all of your ideas about social justice, all these things, if they are derived from something else other than the consent of the governed, they are not just, because you cannot do as a government what citizens cannot do individually. You do not have rights to pillage the citizens of Colorado any more than the citizens of Colorado have the right to pillage each other. This is the land of legal plunder, and it really needs to stop, because you can see why Bastiat warned against it. There is no end to it. But things that can't go on forever won't, and we are destroying our economy. We are destroying the lives of the citizens of Colorado one nickel at a time. And what is this fee going to be? Because it's for printing documents. It's a document fee. Are we now going to have $10 per page? That everything that goes through, because now we have to fund this? Is the idea that we're going to actually combat homelessness, or we're going to create more homelessness? I'd say the record of the homeless programs and the big homeless industry is that it creates more homelessness. So you create more, and then you ask for more, and then you create more, because again, we have a $50 billion budget, and I think if you ask the citizens of Colorado, would you rather have some of that $10,000 back per person, or do you want to continue down this road of ever-expanding fees? Taxes by a different name. So you can call this a fee because it's a renaming, but in taking that, all you've done is you've taken that and you've put it over here, and this, because now it is no longer a document fee. It is a tax. It is a new tax. It's a tax on the citizens of Colorado. It's an attack on the citizens of Colorado. This is further plundering of the citizens of Colorado under the pretense that it's going to cost $0, but again, strangely requiring a cleverly worded funding mechanism. If it's free, as it asserts, it will not need a funding mechanism. So it's either one or the other. It's either free and doesn't need the funding mechanism that's intrinsic to it, or it's not free and it is not true.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1202 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
No, ma'am.
Representative Weinberg votes no. English, Joseph and Ricks are excused. The $1 fine. Please close the machine. With 38 aye, 23 no, and 4 excused, House Bill 1202 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1009.
House Bill 1009 by Representatives Duran and Gonzalez, also Senators Wallace and Pelton B, concerning using a mandatory lethality assessment when responding to a domestic violence incident.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1009 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Brooks.
Madam Speaker, thank you. So, at first blush, first of all, let me back up for a second. I did not want to come down on seconds and speak to this because we had had some fantastic presentation, emotional presentation from bill sponsors. It didn't seem like that was the right time to kind of share thoughts. So I don't know that third is necessarily the best time, but that's the time that I did choose. You know, there is a little bit, to be honest, a little bit of an uncomfortable nature that perhaps my colleagues might have, because I know that I had it when it comes to any sort of mandate on law enforcement, when it comes to any sort of policy that kind of sticks our fingers into the operational pieces of law enforcement, or us saying too much about kind of things on a local level. However, I did a lot of thinking about this over the weekend, did a lot of research on it as well. My wife is a victims advocate for the Castle Rock Police Department. For those of you that don't know what that is, basically it's somebody who volunteers their time to be able to come in and ensure that folks that are in one of their worst days of their lives, whether it be domestic violence or whether it be, you know, the death of somebody in their family, they come in and they ensure that that individual, the victim in that case, has the opportunity to be able to connect with advocacy groups to help see them through this most difficult time for them. To be fair, most of what my wife gets called out on is domestic violence. So I had a chance to be able to speak with the bill sponsor, ask some questions about some of the aspects with which I was uncomfortable. She gave me the form, the lethality assessment program form, the LAP form. I took that home, and granted it says 20th JD on the top. I took it home and I said, hey, you know, does this look familiar to you? She immediately said, oh yeah, no, absolutely, that's in my book. We use that. So, is what I understand, there are 43 counties that currently use a lethality assessment program form. They're roughly, you know, what the balance, right? 21 that do not. Douglas County does. Castle Rock Police Department does use that. She was immediately familiar with the form. Her piece of it is that if she arrives, say, at a domestic violence call, she will ask if that form indicated that it takes it to a level of ensuring that certain advocacy groups need to be involved. It's a fantastic program, honestly. I believe at the core that even though this is not a new mandate, right? We're not talking about a new mandate. We're not talking about a new theory. We're not talking about a new function. What we're doing here essentially is saying that when it comes to law enforcement, uniformity, standardization is important. I agree with that. I agree with that more than I find discomfort in expanding something that has already been proven to be very, very effective. So I wanted to come up and just simply say that I am absolutely supporting this. If any, and I say it just on behalf, because if any of my colleagues have any of that uncomfortable nature with which I expressed at the very beginning, perhaps what I had just gone through in that explanation might help in their vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1009 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Weinberg votes yes. DeGraff in English. Please close the machine. With 62 aye, 2 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1009 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1005.
House Bill 1005 by Representatives Mabry and Bacon, also Senators Danielson and Judah, concerning measures to reduce barriers in the Labor Peace Act to promote good faith collective bargaining and negotiations, and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1005 on third reading and final passage.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We had a scintillating conversation about this, but some of you missed it. I'm pro-union. We live in a union of states. So it's always funny to me when somebody says unions are un-American, because I think, well, again, we're a union of states. And I'm anti-regulation. I think our rush to be the most regulated state in the country, I think we're on track at number 6 and going up faster and faster, and with nearly 800 bills this year, probably 600 from which we'll add to regulation. I think we're on track. So I'm opposed to more regulation, and I'm in favor of getting rid of regulation, but some of those regulations serve as guardrails, and those guardrails are based on history. If men were angels, we wouldn't need government. We wouldn't need those guardrails, because our job in here is to secure those rights, to secure those certain self-evident creator-endowed rights. That means guardrails. Now, we always have to be very careful in not overdoing those guardrails, because we kind of live in a political spectrum somewhere between state sovereignty on the left and individual sovereignty on the right. And our Constitution is set up to maximize individual sovereignty, maximize individual liberty, while protecting it from the excesses of others. It's your right to swing your fist ends at my nose. I would like to have it end a little bit farther out than my nose, but at least ends at my nose. So if men were angels, we wouldn't need government, we wouldn't need guardrails. Now, I've said already that I think unions serve an important role. They do bolster wages because it's a collective bargaining. I mean, if you're going to have collective bargaining on behalf of the owners of a company, the collective bargaining on behalf of the shareholders through a CEO and a board, well, then it makes sense to have somebody to do the exact same on the other side. Otherwise, you have thousands of people needing to meet together. Now, that would be So in this collective bargaining, what we should have is more of a representative republic, which is what our nation is supposed to be, which is, again, a union of states. And unfortunately, I've seen personally parts of the country where unions did not serve the interests of the individuals. I think one of those things is the push for ever increasing kiosks in the name of the minimum wage. And what it does is it ultimately puts low-rung people off the ladder of success. It just breaks off the lower ladder, the rungs of the ladder of success, and stops people from accessing it. It's not because we want them to stay poor. It just, you have to give them access to a skills-based system where they can enter into the meritocracy. Things like minimum wage knock that out from underneath. Things like guaranteed wages. Now, when you do things like make China a most favored nation, and then you drive up the wages here, what you end up doing is you create a pressure that puts all of our jobs overseas, and then we're worried about that. So there are pros and cons. Unions can be a very powerful thing, but with that power comes responsibility, and sometimes it's not wielded responsibly. And so that's what I think the guardrails here are set up for. Maybe they're set up because if it's a good idea today, it'll be a good idea tomorrow. And when I look at this, the way the law is written, majority of all the employees eligible to vote are 3/4 of the employees who actually voted. Well, so whichever is higher. So if you have a company of, just for ease, of percentages of per 100s, let's go with 100. And if you have the most, that would be 51. And if you have a meeting of or 3/4 or more of the employees who actually voted, well, that's a little different thing. I'm assuming that they mean a quorum, and that's usually 50%, but it's not specified. You could have specified a little easier that this would be of a quorum. This is of who actually voted. So basically, you're just saying that only 51% would determine this. And I think what the amendment that I put forward was to combine these two and say, just make it 75% of the whole body, because that is a number that was tied to, say, in our case, a previous initiative to have 75% be the barrier to association, with whom you get to associate your First Amendment rights. And 75% was considered to be a valid barrier to that, to make sure that all of the considerations are taken into account. So it was just approving that, and what it's doing is it's trying to eliminate buyer's remorse, because if you have to get to 75% of the body, if you have to convince 75% that this is going to be a better course of action, what you're going to get is a better course of action. Going with the majority, and on the first vote, it's kind of why we have a bicameral system here. In theory, we should be considering the laws, and the laws should be going over to the Senate instead of the Senate coming back, sending laws back down here, and everybody putting bills out. You know, we're supposed to have some reasonable checks and balances. And this bill, the current law, has some checks and balances. And I think removing those checks and balances right now, the way the bill is written, yes, it gets rid of a section of regulation, but it doesn't really change significantly, other than it just reduces this to a small number of people. And we're talking about securing the life, liberty, and property of the individuals. Is this going to, this is not a matter of intent, this is just a matter of practicality. So I have to be a no on this. I think the 2 votes are a good way. If it's a good idea today, it will be a good idea tomorrow. That's a great way to buy things, because I mean, that's why buyer's remorse. It's a great idea when you're at the dealership, and then you drive it home, and then all of a sudden it's not such a great idea. So maybe you need to step away from the situation a little bit. So the current system is to prevent buyer's remorse. And I'm for that. I'm not against the union, I'm just against buyer's remorse, and I would like to see Coloradans make sure that they get what they want, what they're actually asking for, and not just some promises that somebody comes by and that can sway a small majority of the people. It is an uphill battle. The second vote is an uphill battle. Yes. But if it's a good idea, then that battle should win that should win the business case, that should win the hearts and minds of the other people, and that should get to the second vote. And then you'll know that the people are truly being represented. So as of now, I have to be a no on it. Not anti-union, but I just want to make sure that the citizens of Colorado know what road they're going down, to make sure that it does in fact represent their interests, and then vote accordingly.
Further discussion, AML Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I'm not going to talk as much about the bill. Well, I'm going to talk about the bill, but kind of in a different context. I've kind of explained my backstory before. I come from Trinidad, Colorado, in case you all don't know, which is a big union town. The coal mines. I also represent Pueblo. I don't represent the part of Pueblo where the steel mill was, but I understand what labor has done. And like my good colleague from El Paso County said, I'm not against labor. But I am confused because as I talked to my colleagues last year about, I think we saw a crazy shift in the rank and file workers in this country in the last election cycle. I know because I have friends that work for UPS, and I have friends that work in rail and different industries, and we've kind of saw a shift in where they stand all of the time when it comes to votes on the ballot. But one thing I've also seen in my 4 years here is a shift, because I am constantly seeing labor come into committees. And they're coming into committee and they're fighting for their jobs. They're fighting for their livelihoods, because some of the bills that come out of this building aren't very fair to them. And at one time, when I was here, I didn't see it, but especially over the last 2 years, I think that we have built a working relationship with labor on this side of the aisle as well, because they know that we're going to get in the dogfight to try to save those jobs that feed their families and not see them get sent out of state, not see them be taken away totally, and finally, hoping that new industry will come in this state to employ them. There's this bill, and there's what I think that the fight for workers really is. I think the fight for workers should center around making the dollar that is earned, that it should stretch further, instead of being stepped on over and over and over again by legislation passed in this building. The everyday economic factors that attack that dollar that they make doesn't let us go as far as it once did. And I think it's disingenuous if we don't talk about this as well, because we can talk about propping workers and labor up, but then on the backside, when we're passing legislation that is adding taxes and fees, raising their energy costs, I think that we have to have this balance if we're really going to talk about protecting the worker. The kitchen table issues that the worker is facing. There's no denying these issues, and there's no denying where this money is being pulled from. And like I said, as the state steps on that dollar over and over again, the dollar don't stretch as far. Also, killing good-paying jobs is not fighting for the worker. Telling a labor worker that's been working at a power plant for his whole life that his whole life has to change, he may not have a job, or promising him a job that is going to pay less isn't what I believe in. I know the oil and gas jobs in Los Animas County weren't labor jobs, but They were told that as we moved to WIN, that those jobs would be replaced with good-paying jobs. Yeah, if they traveled. They weren't able to stay at home. Most of them moved out of state. That's not fair to the worker at all, public or private. It's not fair to you all. We can't pull down here and prop up here. There has to be that even conversation. And I hope the workers are listening to me, because I don't vote a hard line when it comes to organized workers. I haven't since I've been in this building. I had my workers come to me from the railroads and say, we want the railroads to be more safer, Rep. Winter. We're on the ground and we see it. So what did I do? I voted for those 2 rail workers bill. I stood up here a couple weeks ago and talked about how legislation in this building has created the coal-impacted communities. And I stood here and I voted with those workers. But I can't vote for this today for the reasons that I've given you. I think it falls short of what we could be doing to work together. I want to work on making your dollar go farther. I want to work on having a clean state, but doing it in a way that protects your jobs. And I have made that commitment to numerous people in this building, and I've held up to my end of the deal. And I will continue to do that. Good paying blue-collar jobs are important. A skilled workforce is important. But we have to prop workers up along the full spectrum of things that come out of this building. We can't make life harder. We can't cut jobs and then bring a bill like this and ride in on a white horse and save it all. I appreciate the bill sponsors. I understand what you're trying to do. But for me, I have to draw that line. Like I said last year, we really need to put down the swords and figure out how to do this and come to a realization that everything we do in here affects labor, not just voting on labor bills. And that their voice is important, not just today, but when they come in committee and they ask that you save their jobs. That to me is digging in. That to me is listening to labor. And I will continue to do that, and that is my commitment to you all. Where we can work together, we will. And where we can't, let's agree to disagree and respect each other and advance the movement farther in a way that is best for everybody. So for those reasons today, I will be a no vote.
AML Bacon.
Thank you, members. I want to start by responding to my co-AML. I was going to say something about you riding Lucifer and me and my prize-winning pig. And I want to acknowledge that in connection to this bill. Thank you for sharing always and fighting for your communities. It's not lost on all of us. And, you know, for me personally, I wanted to also understand your community, and thank you so much for having me there. And I think the way that we want to phrase or position this bill, because, you know, I also want to thank my co-prime, and again, in allowing me to work with you on this bill. I come to this bill because I do believe that Colorado is at a turning point. There are major issues that we have to address that are tied to major industries. We are going to have to talk about energy over the next 5 years. We are going to have to talk about transportation, and particularly rail, in the next 5 years. We're going to have to talk about water. We're going to have to talk about jobs and the balancing of income over the next couple of years. And for this phase of where I believe we are at, on behalf of the state of Colorado, it's one thing to come out of COVID, it's another to manage through our budget. And when we think about the future, I do think people, regardless of what side of the aisle they're on, want a few things. Some of the things that they want is to know that regardless of what industry comes in, that they will be safe at work. I think people want to know, can they grow in their professions? And they want to see the pathways to be able to provide for their families. I believe now that all of our constituents want to know their place as consumers in the market and as employees. We are hitting, if you will, kind of a watershed moment across this country of figuring out what it means to go into work in the state of the electronics and the AI and all of those things. And so I'm supporting this bill this year because what this bill does is it says that you will be workers on equal footing as those across the country who are similarly situated, given the right to vote, to even enter bargaining. Again, this is about the right to even enter bargaining, not what the bargaining agreement will be. And when we're thinking about other states across the country, Colorado, again, is the only one that requires 2 votes. And I kind of made a little joke, but I really was serious in it in that we talk a lot about being regulated. Well, this is one of those, and we are trying to remove it. And in fact, the title this year is Reducing Barriers, to take down the number of steps and requirements. The interesting thing is our fiscal note was a negative. We're giving money back to the state over that. But as we bring in these new industries, which again, you are compelling in the sense that I understand our responsibility as we talk about industry. And I hope that I can be a partner with you to figure out how to support your community. But as we've seen in the past, steel is built by union. And we know that the question will come in regards to workers being able to express their interests, as well as workers being able to claim their mantle as a driving force in setting the stability of our state. When workers can negotiate over salaries and safety, it impacts all other facets of that industry. And so in my mind, I cannot see, say, for example, we do bring a new energy source. I know it will become a question for the people who work there, who is going to look out for our safety and who is going to look out for our health care and those things. And so in order for us to have those conversations thoughtfully, we have to equalize ourselves and recognize the role that labor, people, workers play in determining all those things. And right now, our state has a barrier to it that exists nowhere else. And so I know that many of us have deeper relationships to this or perhaps have taken stances, but today, a vote for this bill is a vote to recognize that workers play a role in our market, in fill in the blank, to make this state healthy, and that those who work or even part of these unions are not bound to one political party, but rather the question is the one that we have the responsibility of not just raising but answering as we know what is to come to this state. And so with that, I will say, again, as we come to watersheds in this country and questioning critical balances, whether it be about affordability, about safety, we have to be sure that all of our communities can contribute to the organization and contribute to the conversation, which sometimes takes many of us instead of the one of us. And fundamentally, that's what labor represents. So members, we bring this bill to you again in a statement for those things, as a statement for those things. And that we believe that these voices are critical to setting us all up for success, regardless of where you live in this state and regardless of your industry. We believe that there is an appropriate balance, and this second vote tips the scales in ways that exist nowhere else for similarly situated states. And so thank you again, members, for your consideration. Thank you for sending a nod to the Four Corners with a vote on this bill. And thank you to all of our members who came to testify year over year to do, if nothing, share what their lives are and how they've been supported. Thank you so much to my co-prime.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to echo AML Bacon in thanking our Assistant Minority Leader for speaking up on this 2 years in a row, because I appreciate one of the points you've made both of these years in particular, and that is that we saw the share of union votes shift towards the Republican Party in the last election. Well, to that I would say that is because my party has promised too much and delivered too little to workers. This is what workers are asking for. And I'm so honored to be back presenting the Worker Protection Act, because there is no question that we are living through an affordability crisis. And it is clear that politicians on all sides of the aisle at every level have gotten the polling briefing that has told us we need to be focused on affordability. I hear it all the time. Politicians on both sides of the aisle saying affordability, 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 like it's Beetlejuice, and all of a sudden affordability will appear. Well, affordability is two sides of a question. Yes, it is about how much we are spending for housing, for food, for healthcare, for basic necessities, and for entertainment. But it is also about purchasing power, about how much workers are paid. And this bill addresses that part of the affordability crisis, wages. Every single state in the country with higher wages than Colorado is a free bargaining state and has higher union density than the state of Colorado. This legislation is also critical because worker solidarity and union power are essential tools in the fight against authoritarianism. One of the greatest threats facing our democracy right now is the influence that the wealthiest Americans have over every aspect of our government and political system. Oligarchs are undermining our rights to privacy, creating technologies to keep us under constant surveillance, and destroying government institutions designed to protect working people. This bill is the culmination of decades-long effort by labor unions, civil rights groups, and everyday people to repeal Colorado's antiquated second election requirement that hinders the formation of strong unions. That is a legacy of the right to work movement. It was pushed by coal barons to limit worker power and prevent further wage increases. Last year, we fought back against this harmful anti-worker legacy. We passed the Worker Protection Act because we listened to workers across the state. We listened to nurses, baristas, construction workers, retail workers, janitors, and the people who have told us that they cannot afford to live close to where they work. We looked at the data that showed that every state with higher wages doesn't have this, and the governor vetoed it. But today we're back because the problem did not go away. It has only gotten worse. Costs keep rising. Workers are under attack like never before. The president is gutting worker protections provided by the Department of Labor and OSHA, and as one labor historian put it, his actions have been the biggest act of union busting in the history of the United States. Roughly 80% of federal unionized workers lost their bargaining rights. We have a duty in this state to fight back. As the Economic Policy Institute once said, unions have been the engines of resistance to entrenched undemocratic power, mobilizing working people to challenge inequality, defend civil rights, and push back against authoritarianism in all its forms. Rebuilding worker power by strengthening our unions is one of the most critical things that we can do to fight back and defend our democracy. I just want to acknowledge a couple things we heard in committee before I wrap up. We hear a lot of people talking about the Colorado way when they say we should not make it easier to form strong unions. But this idea is harmful. It's harmful for people who are trying to get by in an economy where the 30 wealthiest Americans have more concentrated wealth right now than they did at the height of the Gilded Age. The Colorado way of life should not mean a way of life that only benefits those in power and those with money. We can have a strong economy and strong unions, Minnesota has nearly double the union density of Colorado, and it has a flourishing economy. Massachusetts and Washington have stronger economies than the state of Colorado. We can have both. Again, every state in the nation with higher wages than Colorado does not have the second election requirement. We are at a crossroads in this country, and I know it can feel as though the sky is falling all around us and we have little power to fight back against our federal government. But we have seen time and time again over the last few weeks and months is the power that we can have when we stand together, when we fight together. As Martin Luther King said, the labor movement was the principal force that transformed misery and despair into hope and progress. Let's find hope together. Let's pass the Worker Protection Act for a better Colorado way.
Representative DeGraff, this is your second time to speak. You have 1 minute and 11 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The 30 richest people having that kind of money is usually done through the regulatory process of the government itself. The rich don't pay taxes, they pay politicians. And so we need to look at why our roles here are losing more and more. We're the 6th most regulated state. So to say that we're going to solve everything by taking away one vote, I'm saying keep that extra vote. Make sure that what comes to the table is something that's not going to end in buyer's remorse. Don't make it easy. Make it more difficult. The union side, there is a lot of money that's involved in the union side. So make it more make them come to the table with something that's going to be more certain. Get away from that buyer's remorse. We're the 6th most regulated. We have the option in here to lower taxes, lower costs, and when you do those things, you actually expand the purchasing power of the citizens of Colorado. Do those things, and this second vote will be a non-issue. But trying to pretend like just taking away a second vote is going to solve this issue it's an imaginary thing.
Representative DeGraff, your time has expired.
Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1005 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
No, ma'am.
Representative Weinberg votes no. Please close the machine. With 42 aye, 22 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1005 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1265.
House Bill 1265 by Representatives Rutenell and Clifford, also Senator Wallace, concerning a law enforcement agency's use of the United States Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives National Electronic Tracing System.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1265 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to say what I said the last time in case no one was listening on second readings. E-Trace is free of charge to law enforcement. In fact, a lot of law enforcement in our state uses it. And the ATF's own fact sheet on the tracing system states that any federal, state, local, tribal, or foreign law enforcement agency that recovers a U.S.-based firearm during a criminal investigation may submit a trace request. When a gun is put in the E-Trace system, not only is the person who possessed it at the time of the crime listed, but the legal FFL that sold it and any law-abiding citizen who bought it first. Combine this with the FFL records, which they comprehensively take because they have had to jump through so many hoops, which firearm dealers are required to keep, which include manufacturer, model, serial number, type of gun, and caliber or gauge. Does this bill violate FOPA? FOPA prohibits federal rules or regulations that transfer dealer records to a government database or establish a system of registration of firearms, firearm owners, or transactions. ATF's accumulation and digitization of hundreds of millions of out-of-business FFLs, because we are running them out of the state, records, and use of systems like OBRIS and FTS already approaches or crosses the line into a prohibited registry. It's already doing it. It's already doing it. As suggested by critical reports and proposed federal legislation to force deletion of these records, mandating that every Colorado law enforcement agency trace every recovered or confiscated firearm via E-Trace, and that all trace data be shared with CBI will further populate ATF's databases and may effectively link state crime gun data with the large universe of digitized FFL records, producing a more complete searchable picture of firearm ownership and transactions. FOPA says no federal rules may create any system of registration or firearms or owners. Yet the ATF now admits it has nearly 1 billion, with a B, digitized gun purchase records in federal hands. This bill requires every Colorado agency to feed crime gun data into the same federal system. That's not a narrow investigative tool anymore. That's a national, searchable database that could be ripe for abuse. This bill either contributes to or facilitates what is, in substance, if not in name, a national firearms registry in violation of the spirit, if not the letter of FOPA. We heard from testimony after testimony that the ATF retaining and digitizing files is a de facto registry and not appropriate to have our law enforcement do this when it's in question at the federal level. We keep having funding pulled from our state. We keep passing bills that question whether the federal government is going to pull funding. And I guarantee you, with this bill passing as unconstitutional as it is, we will have more strip. Please vote no on this bill.
Representative Luck. Representative DeGraff. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's interesting how much change you can see in yourself in spending time in this particular building. I fear I'm much more of a cynic than I was when I walked in January of 2021, and this bill is one of those bills that might demonstrate that there is a bit more cynicism or skepticism in me than years ago. On its face, this bill is presented as a tool to enhance law enforcement's ability to detect and prosecute criminal activity. In essence, a tool to make communities safer. That is how this bill is presented. That is what was shared in terms of the impetus of this bill. But it is an interesting thought experiment when we consider other bills that are also designed to create safer communities that don't go anywhere in this building, and all of the bills that seek to hinder upon lawful gun ownership that do. And so when you look at a bill and you analyze it in light of the trends of a space, this bill leaves me thinking it's just another bill to effectuate a longstanding trend to undermine lawful firearms ownership in this state. What does the bill do? As introduced, the bill did two things. It mandated that all law enforcement agencies in the state of Colorado, including things such as campus police and town marshals, put into the ATF's E-Trace system information related to that firearm, the make, model, caliber, that sort of thing, as well as the situation and context by which that firearm was acquired by that law enforcement agency. In that initial bill, it also created, under the CBI, a database a state database that mirrored that federal database in order that the state would also have all of those records on hand. In committee, that latter piece was stripped out. It was our understanding that it was being stripped out because of the financial impact that that would have and the likelihood of it not going anywhere in our particular budgetary situation. And so that piece was stripped out. On the floor, when that was inquired about, we were told that that was an error to begin with, that there was never a desire to have that CBI database. But I think it is likely an objective that some may have to create that database at some point in the future in light of the conversations that are happening at the federal level. There are members of Congress who are raising alarm around the ATF's E-Trace database and whether or not, as the prior representative spoke, it is a violation of FOPA, the Firearms Owners Protection Act, which specifically states that no database can be created. Let me see if I can find the exact language of that. Maybe not. It's somewhere in here. It specifically says, no such rule or regulation prescribed after the date of the enactment of FOPA may require that any system of registration of firearms, firearm owners, or firearms transactions or dispositions be established. So there is now question as to whether or not this E-Trace system is in and of itself violative of federal law. And as I mentioned, members of Congress are pursuing that question with greater and greater vigor, and this system may find itself deleted in the not too near future. What is the concern? The concern of having such a database? Why does it matter? These are always the questions that we get asked related to lawful firearm use. If you're not doing anything wrong with your gun, what is the problem? Well, history teaches us that there is a risk of such databases. We know that tyrannical regimes over various jurisdictions, over varying centuries, have sought to disarm those who are not persuaded in their direction. We can talk about the ancient world and the confiscation of weapons then. They weren't firearms, but there was a confiscation. Similarly, if you have a firearms registry and someone comes to power and says, I don't want my political enemies to be able to fight back, we are going to have to remove these items. Makes it much easier to do when you know who has what, when they bought it, how much there should be. Building into that, in the name of safety, I do not find compelling. It is true that 70% of law enforcement, local law enforcement in Colorado already use a function of this system, but only 30% use it to its fullest capacity. The piece that many don't use is the data sharing piece, the piece that allows jurisdiction to look up different information. And as was noted, those jurisdictions expand beyond even the United States borders, because Interpol has access to this same system. A system that when you type in a serial number, populates back for you a whole host of information related to those firearms, including where it was manufactured, where it was sold, who sold it, and who sold it to, who purchased it. And then any crime or other interaction, abandonment, et cetera, that firearm has been linked to. That's a pretty expansive amount of information to be handing over to anyone, especially those who are not subject to our constitutional requirements. I ask for a no vote on this, and I do, for the record, hope that the federal government will disband this system.
Representative Flannel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have 2 FFLs, and I can vouch that when a gun comes up in a crime, or if there's a person that somebody suspects that was, possibly that they committed a crime, I would get a call from ATF or CBI, and they would ask me to do a trace. And I have 24 hours to respond. This bill, after looking at it, I think is incredibly duplicative to what we have now, because there is already a way for law enforcement to figure out who that firearm belongs to, or if a person comes up that they believe, committed this crime, and if they have any firearms, there's a way to do a trace on that. Additionally, after doing a little bit more research, I realized that this doesn't give any process for an individual who's wrongly linked to a firearm, especially if, let's say a serial number was misentered or the wrong person was in connection to this. There's no way for them to correct or remove that, and I think that that's incredibly problematic. As a result, I will be a no on this bill. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The reason, I guess, it's considered a de facto gun registry, whether you think it would be or not, stemming from concerns that the system will not officially a registry of all gun owners or sales, function like one in the practice due to the scale, centralization, and searchability of the data that it accumulates. And that's what creates a problem, that you have a massive scale of digitized records, and we know that these records get leaked. The ATF's out-of-business records imaging system and the National Center for has digitized hundreds of millions, potentially over 1 billion, firearm transaction records, primarily from closed FFLs. These include purchaser names, addresses, dates of birth, firearm details, make, model, serial number. A 2021 figure cited nearly 921 million records with ongoing digitization at rates of 50 million per year. Critics call this a centralized searchable database that violates the registry ban, even if ATF insists that the records are for tracing purposes only. So whatever the ATF says, it seems the experience is different. Reports and leaks indicate that the database allows searches by serial number, make, model, caliber, weapon type, and other fields, making it functionally equivalent to a registry for identifying owners linked to specific guns, despite legal restrictions on searchable systems for active dealer records. This capability enables tracing back to first retail purchasers far more efficiently than manual paper reviews. So this bill essentially deputizes our law enforcement into what many consider to be an anti-Second Amendment bill, an unconstitutional bill, contradictory to our Constitution bill. So it doesn't really matter what the intent, because one thing that we know is from history, a warning from our future, that if you trade liberty for security, you're going to end up with neither. And so we want to avoid going down that road. Now, and we can look at our crime statistics, talked about this last week, that as our gun laws go up, crime seems to go up. But maybe that's not from the guns. Maybe that's from the AG's JB&B program, taking people in, putting them in jail, running them out through the door. The governor's habit of importing some of the staunchest criminals in the world. That might have something more to do with our crime than law-abiding citizens having firearms, which is who laws like this are directed. Laws like this are directed at law-abiding citizens to restrict the ability for law-abiding citizens to exercise their Second Amendment rights. They're not addressed to criminals. They're not addressing criminality, as clear by the statistics. Skeptics worry that a centralized trove could be repurposed for broader tracking, confiscation lists, privacy invasions, especially with the indefinite retention and no routine destruction of non-crime records. They point to ATF's resistance to congressional oversight on record counts as evidence of overreach. So there is no oversight on this. It's just pure data collection. And we know that the surveillance state is a very real possibility as we go towards increasing more and more on the data collection side. And we have to ask ourselves, do we want to end up in that surveillance state, in the punishment of thought crime? This debate has intensified in 25-26 with the congressional demands for transparency and bills to curb it. For many gun rights proponents, the combination of volume, centralization, and search features crosses this into a de facto registration territory regardless of intent or labeling. So instead of focusing on restricting citizens in their ability to exercise their Second Amendment rights, perhaps we should focus on those who find themselves in a position where they are find themselves unable to violate the rights of others, that they find themselves unable to not deprive the citizens of Colorado of life, liberty, or property without due process. Maybe we should deal with those individuals instead of just turning them on the streets and pretending they're a victim because they just wanted to take something from the store to satisfy their tum-tum. Let's deal with the actual issue instead of using a contrived issue to further restrict the Second Amendment rights of citizens of Colorado. If you want to make the citizens of Colorado distrust government even more, continue to restrict that, because what we know from history is that if the government says you don't need a gun, you need a gun. And the citizens of Colorado are getting that message loud and clear, because what they see is the fruition of our Declaration of Independence, the fifth that. And that means the government that would restrict the rights of Second Amendment, the rights to self-preservation, the right to stand up to tyranny. The founders told us 250 years ago that meant tyranny was coming. So if you don't want to be viewed as tyrants, don't do tyrannical things like restricting the ability of citizens to defend themselves from criminals, whether they be common or elected.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Speaker. This bill definitely is a registry expanding bill. It's an anti-constitutional bill, anti-Second Amendment bill, anti-First Amendment, I believe, at some level. Anytime you try to restrict the second, it's because you're coming after the first at some level. And it's interesting, when the government, which the Second Amendment was written about, wants to come after your right to bear arms and your weapons, as Representative from El Paso County just said, kind of took my thunder just a little bit, but that means we're building up for tyranny. When the more the government says, no, it's not a registry, that is proof that it's a registry. ATF has been building this registry for years. It's unconstitutional. It's also against many different laws, but they continue to build the registry for one purpose. By the way, I think the ATF should be disbanded. I think the ATF has been unconstitutional for almost all of its existence, and that it comes after the rights of the people. There should be no ATF. They don't help the people of America or the people of Colorado. They build registries. The only reason you build a registry is because eventually you're coming after the guns. That's the only reason you build a registry. Same thing with serial numbers that we debated last year. The only reason you have serial numbers is so you can come after those guns. That is the only reason. This does build a registry, but now it expands it into CBI, peace officers, and anybody else that could prove some flimsy reason why they need to also break the Constitution, break the law, and build registries. It is nobody's business what firearms I own. It is nobody's business. It is nobody's business what any firearms anybody owns legally. It is nobody's business. I still stand on the fact that to try to say you have to serialize ghost guns, that's illegal. It's not constitutional. It's nobody's business. If I want to build a gun out of metal, plastic, rubber, potato salad, it is nobody's business how I build that gun or if I own that gun. And this continues to build registries for this. Continues to make it so that the people, we the people, who have the constitutional right to defend themselves from this room, that they are now being invaded again, once again, by this room to say we're taking your constitutional rights away. We will make sure that we know everything about any firearm that you have. And now we're going to add more people to this. And no matter how many people, it's interesting, the government's about to come down here and say, this is not a registry. They said it last week. This is not a registry. When the government says it's not a registry, guess what it is? It's a registry. And it is dangerous for every one of us. And this is the part that escapes me sometimes, is how everyone in this room does not realize that when a tyrannical government comes after you, even if you are part of it, it will eat you alive too, and you will be destroyed by the same tyrannical government, even if you are the one who voted that these rights should be taken away. You will also be destroyed by this. And that always seems to be lost on what I would hope to be common sense thinking people. And so we've got to run from this bill as fast as we can. This is not just logistics. This is danger. This is dangerous. It is danger looking us right in the face. And I will not vote to make sure that other people can be registered, killed, destroyed. I will never vote for that. I stand against it.
Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, this bill is supposedly about safety. For some reason, I don't feel as safe. In fact, I don't think the constituents of mine in House District 58 feel as safe either with this bill. This is a gun registry, plain and simple. And I don't know about anybody else, but I am so over this data collecting on everything we do. I mean, my gosh, last week in the mail, I got a bill for violating a toll. I don't even know what a toll is, and I don't even know if it's real or not. How do I even know if it's real? I think it's a scam. It told me that I could win $600 reward on the envelope. I am so over this data collecting. Leave us alone over on the Western Slope. Let us live our freedoms. We want to be free. We don't need this body's help over there. Let us take care of our roads, grow our food, and leave us alone. Vote no.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1265 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
No, ma'am.
Representative Weinberg votes no. Please close the machine. With 39 aye, 23 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1265 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1069.
House Bill 1069 by Representatives Foray and Stewart Kay, also Senator Mullica, concerning increasing the availability of emergency medical services and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1069 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1069 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Weinberg votes yes. Clifford, DeGraff, and Stewart R. Please close the machine. With 62 ayes, 0 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1069 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1050.
House Bill 1050 by Representatives Garcia, Sander, and Hamrick, also Senators Frizzell and Marchman, concerning making it optional for a local education provider to provide an individualized readiness plan to a student who satisfies minimum requirements.
Majority Leader Duran.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move House Bill 1050 on third reading and final passage.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. It is an honor to serve with you.
An honor to serve with you.
Thank you. Members, I wanted to come down and address something that I hold near and dear to my heart, and that is the world of our K-12 schools, public education, and the incredible work that teachers and families put into student success. I served in a school district for many years and watched firsthand the wonder and excitement of little minds growing and learning. When I came to work in the Hickenlooper administration for Lieutenant Governor Joe Garcia, I was fortunate to be a part of the work going on from early childhood all the way through our higher education, university, colleges, post-secondary opportunities. And during those years in particular, I was able to travel the state and witness the same kind of exciting learning that I saw in my own district. What I took away from those years and continue to center my beliefs on are that we will only see student achievement grow in this state when we put students at the very center and the priority of every decision we make. I adore our teachers. I think we have an incredible workforce, educators who are striving every day to do more for their children. I want to emphasize and thank the bill sponsors for thinking about and taking on an amendment that encourages, requires that parents are a part of the conversation when it comes whether or not to have an individual readiness plan ready for their student. I really appreciate their work. I want to encourage that more work continue. There was a discussion about aligning the kindergarten readiness assessment with the kindergarten report card, the kindergarten evaluation of student performance. What a critical time in a child's life. What an amazing time in a child's life. And I think it is such a bold and brilliant idea, an obvious one in some ways, that our evaluation of a child be based solely on the things that we are assessing and asking them to achieve. I really appreciate the work that has happened. I want to thank my colleague from Adams County who raised this idea and suggested that we could do more. And while I will be supporting this bill, when we pick off one thing to do for one part of the education ecosystem, I believe it can have ripple effects and unintended consequences. So I urge the bill sponsors and advocates, our teachers, and everyone who works to see kids succeed, that we continue conversations to try and make sure that we are approaching this with parents and, of course, students at the very center of our work. Thank you.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 26-1050 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine. Members, please proceed to vote.
Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Weinberg votes yes. Please close the machine. With 58 aye, 4 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1050 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1198.
House Bill 1198 by Representatives McCormick and Winter, also Senator Cutter, concerning increasing access to veterinary care and in connection therewith, expediting the process by which a veterinarian is licensed by endorsement, clarifying the use of prescription drugs and compounded drugs by veterinarians, and establishing a program for the donation of veterinary drugs.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1198 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1198 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Weinberg votes yes. Representative Pascal. Please close the machine. With 62 ayes, 0 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1198 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1218.
House Bill 1218 by Representatives Espinoza and Luck, also Senators Catlin and Ball, concerning clarifying the validity of common law marriage by restoring a previously repealed provision.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1218 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1218 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Weinberg votes yes. Please close the machine. With 59 aye, 3 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1218 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1294.
House Bill 1294 by Representatives Espinoza and Luck, also Senators Ball and Exum, concerning the correction of a citation within the definition of active duty for purposes of the Interstate Compact on Educational Opportunity for Military Children.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1294 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1294 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Weinberg votes yes. Please close the machine. With 62 ayes, 0 no, 3 excused, House Bill 1294 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1293.
House Bill 1293 by Representatives Espinoza and Luck, also Senator Exum, concerning the modernization of requirements for the ballot information booklet.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1293 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1293 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Weinberg votes yes. Please close the machine. With 62 ayes, 0 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1293 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1215.
House Bill 1215 by Representatives Carter and Luck, also Senators Catlin and Exum, concerning a technical revision to language in Senate Bill 2570 related to a requirement for online marketplaces with respect to third-party sellers.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1215 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1215 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Weinberg votes yes. Hamrick. Please close the machine. With 62 ayes, 0 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1215 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1216.
House Bill 1216 by Representatives Luck and Carter, also Senators Exum and Rich, concerning the correction of technical defects in certain statutes administered by the Department of Revenue.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1216 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1216 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Weinberg votes yes. Please close the machine. With 62 ayes, 0 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1216 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1220.
House Bill 1220 by Representatives Carter and Bradley, also Senators Exum and Rich, concerning updating terminology for acute treatment unit to behavioral health entity to conform with existing behavioral health licenses.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1220 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1220 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Weinberg votes yes. Ryden. Please close the machine. With 62 ayes, 0 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1220 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1217.
House Bill 1217 by Representatives Espinoza and Bradley, also Senators Rich and Ball, concerning correcting cross-references in the Child Support Guidelines.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1217 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1217 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Weinberg votes yes. Please close the machine. With 62 ayes, 0 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1217 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1219.
House Bill 1219 by Representatives Bradley and Espinoza, also Senators Ball and Rich, concerning extending the deadline by which a battery stewardship organization must submit an assessment regarding the end-of-life management of certain batteries to the General Assembly.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1219 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1219 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Weinberg votes yes. Please close the machine. With 62 ayes, 0 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1219 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1295.
House Bill 1295 by Representatives Bradley and Espinoza, also Senator Rich, concerning the repeal of obsolete statutory requirements related to fulfilled reporting requirements and in connection therewith repealing entities that have fulfilled their statutory requirements.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1295 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1295 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Weinberg votes yes. Please close the machine. With 62 ayes, 0 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1295 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1296.
House Bill 1296 by Representatives Bradley and Carter, also Senators Ball and Rich, concerning discipline for advanced practice registered nurses for failure to timely complete a medical certificate for a certificate of death.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1296 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1296 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members proceed to vote. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Weinberg votes yes. Please close the machine. With 62 ayes, 0 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1296 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1192.
House Bill 1192 by Representatives Phillips and Barone, also Senator Exum, concerning restructuring the Homeless Prevention Activities Program.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1192 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1192 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members proceed to vote. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
No, ma'am.
Representative Weinberg votes no. Please close the machine. With 45 ayes, 17 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1192 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1110.
House Bill 1110 by Representatives Camacho and Jackson, also Senators Catlin and Danielson, concerning the protection of vulnerable adults from financial exploitation in relation to financial institutions.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1110 on third reading and final passage.
The motion Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Colleagues, very briefly, because we had such a robust debate twice last week, including late on Friday, I just want to put on record that an amendment to make clear that no immunity should apply when a bank knows a transaction is fraudulent but processes that anyway was voted down. I appreciate the bill sponsors and their commitment to keep working on this issue, but until that point is clarified, I do believe that this bill is flawed, and I will be a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I do want to address the concern that has been raised, and I want to acknowledge that that concern comes from a good place and the right place. All of us want to make sure that seniors and vulnerable adults are protected from financial exploitation and that institutions are held accountable when wrongdoing occurs. But I want to be very clear about what this bill does and what it doesn't do. The immunity language in this bill only applies when a financial institution is acting in good faith. And in this bill, good faith is defined as honesty in fact and reasonable grounds to believe that a transaction is legitimate. That means if a financial institution knowingly allows a fraudulent transaction to proceed, they are not acting in good faith, and the immunity would not apply. And if we want that more clearly spelled out, I'm committed to continuing that conversation with our stakeholders and Senate sponsors. And that brings us to the real purpose of this legislation: prevention. Right now, financial institutions often see the warning signs of scams targeting older adults, unusual transfers, sudden large withdrawals, or suspicious requests. But once the money leaves the account, especially through wires or unauthorized transfers, it's extremely difficult to recover. This bill gives banks and credit unions a clear legal pathway to pause suspicious transaction, notify Adult Protective Services or law enforcement, and investigate before the money is irretrievably lost. Members, we should not lose sight of the overwhelming good this bill will do because of a small provision in the bill that we all want clarity on and want protection for these seniors. This bill gives us a practical tool to help stop financial exploitation before it devastates someone's life savings. And for that reason, I respectfully ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Woodrow, this will be your second time to speak. You have 9 minutes and 23 seconds remaining.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. I just want to be clear that good faith is honesty in fact in the transaction and some reasonable ground, not reasonable grounds for the belief, some reasonable ground. The financial institution's own attorneys made clear to us that some reasonable ground includes a persistent customer who denies that fraud is occurring even though they don't realize it. If this bill truly already covered the type of transactions that we're talking about when a bank knowingly processes fraud, then accepting the amendment should have been really easy, because all it would be doing is clarifying what the bill already does. The fact that it was rejected should tell you something. I'm a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm also going to be a no vote today, and one of the reasons I thought it was necessary to put on the record as to why, one of my reasons is as relates to how banks are going to be identifying eligible adults. I wasn't satisfied with the answer that was given during seconds, and I'm still concerned about how folks are going to be able to identify the second class of individual. So as you likely know, in the bill there are two classes of individual that satisfy an eligible adult. The first class is determined by age. You have to be 70 years old or older. That's simple enough to verify. When you go in and you have a bank account created, you give your birthday over, and people can hopefully at the bank do math. If they can't, they're probably in the wrong business. And so they can figure out at what point you become an eligible adult. The second piece says an eligible adult is one that is 18 years old or older who is susceptible to mistreatment or self-neglect because the individual is either unable to perform or obtain services necessary for the individual's health, safety, or welfare, or lacks sufficient understanding or capacity to make or communicate responsible decisions concerning the individual's person or affairs. How exactly is the bank supposed to know that? Let's say you have someone at 18 who goes in and sets up a bank account, and at that point they're fully competent to make their own decisions. Many people do not change their banks frequently. My father has been banking at the same institution basically since it started decades ago. If during the course of his life something had shifted and he now became an eligible adult, he now triggered some element under the second part of this definition, how is the bank going to know, especially in our digital age, when nearly everything is handled electronically? What does this require of a banking system vis-a-vis assessments to determine whether someone is unable to perform or obtain services necessary for their own health, safety, or welfare, or lacks sufficient understanding or capacity. There may rise to the level of a POA, but that I don't see as contemplated in here. And so I cannot in good faith, until I understand what a bank would do and the kind of scrutiny that they would have to apply to their customers, vote in favor of this bill.
Representative Bottoms.
I did mention a story about my father that was caught up in this, and I'm still struggling to see how, if after banking with his bank, for military bank, for 40 years, and had good relationship, called and said, "Hey, transfer this money," how could the bank have known that? I just struggle with making the banks responsible. If they did know, yeah, let's take them to the cleaners. I have no problem with that. If they did know, but this bill does not restrict banks being sued for this. This bill makes it that you can sue banks for knowing or improper behavior or lack of good faith or all of these different things. I'm still struggling with some of the opposition on this bill that somehow says that this is a blanket pass for the banks. I don't see that in this bill. I believe that banks will be sued in the future, and we will know when that happens because it will make headlines. But this would not have changed anything for my father. My father was not in a good place. There's no way that the bank could have known that. We were trying to get power of attorney. There's no way the bank could have known that. But under some of the opposition of this, it's like somehow the banks are the evil guys just trying to send money to Thailand. I don't understand that. And so I also have really contemplated what my friend representative that just came up here from Fremont County said. I'm not on the same page with that. I do think this is a good bill. I will vote yes for this bill. And I have lived in this space for quite a few years with my father and my mother. And so I really think I know what I'm talking about here. And I'm not going to punish banks because people start to lose their cognitive understanding of certain things. And the banks don't know it. So to me, this is a good bill, and I will vote yes.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think this is one of these points that we need to really stop and consider. I mean, it was clear that I don't have a lot of clarity. I'm a little bit opposed to moving things on to the Senate when we don't have clarity in this room. Like, does good faith preclude that? Well, it sounds like not. So I move HB 261126 back to seconds.
That is a proper motion. The motion before us is to refer House Bill. Thank you. Representative DeGraff. I don't have the audio in front of me. The motion did lack a bill number. Could you make the motion again?
Sure enough, I said the wrong bill. I move House Bill, make sure I say it, 261110 back to seconds.
That is a proper motion to refer House Bill 1110 back to seconds. The motion before us is to send House Bill 1110 back to seconds. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Weinberg votes yes. Please close the machine. With 19 aye, 43 no, and 3 excused, the motion is lost. The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1110 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Weinberg votes yes. Please close the machine. With 44 aye, 18 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1110 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Members, one brief announcement. Representatives Brown, Sirota, and Taggart are excused at such time as necessary for the Joint Budget Committee meeting. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the following bills be made special orders on March 9th, 2026 at 1:13 p.m. House Bill 1130, House Bill 1213, House Bill 1185, Senate Bill 7, House Bill 1137, and Senate Bill 1.
Seeing no objection, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be made special orders today, March 9th at 1:13 p.m. Representative Wilford. Members, you've heard the motion. Seeing no objection, Representative Wilford will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen on iLegislate and in today's folder on your box account. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader and the coat rule is relaxed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1130.
House Bill 1130 by Representatives Story and Jackson, also Senators Cutter and Judah, concerning baby diaper changing stations in restrooms accessible to the public.
Representative Story.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1130 and the committee report on the State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee.
To the committee report. Representative Story.
In the committee, we made a couple of changes, amendments to the bill. We added a couple of words to clarify private offices and workspaces. We struck some language on signage. We also made some technical fixes, and we struck some language exempting the state, any buildings owned by the state or state institutions of higher education. And we also exempted the small businesses that have an occupancy of less than 25 people.
Is there any further discussion? Okay. You good?
Oh, and we have an amendment to the committee report as well. And
Representative Story. Representative Jackson.
I move L009 to the committee report.
And ask that it be properly displayed.
And ask that it be properly displayed.
All right, just a moment, okay? The amendment is now properly before us. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what we did was we extended the implementation date of the bill till January 1st of 2028 and made some changes. Page 1, line 13, strike or. These are just technical fixes that we have for page 1. Also strike education and substitute the semicolon for education. And then what we also wanted to incorporate as a result of the feedback that we got in the committee was to exempt businesses where kids and babies should not be, such as bars or strip clubs, where individuals who are under 21 with respect to that portion of those buildings.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am definitely in favor of this amendment. We asked them in committee to make sure that this was clear, especially for the strip clubs. No babies should be going in there and some other bars and things, so we appreciate them bringing this amendment.
Any further discussion on Amendment 9? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L9. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. To the committee report. Representative Story.
We asked for an aye vote on the committee report.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The amendment, I move, get this out here, L011 to the committee report for House Bill 1130.
And ask that it be properly displayed. The amendment is now before us. You can proceed.
Okay, the first line here is just to change it from education period to education semicolon, and then on page 1, line 17, people, substitute people, semicolon, or the lowest responsive cost estimate is lowest cost estimate for installation of a baby. Hold on one second. We are changing, this would change it to $250, excluding ordinary cleaning and maintenance fees.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Representative Story.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We urge a no vote on this amendment. Already, entities have an opportunity to acquire options for changing table stations that are less than $250. We urge a no vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This was if it exceeds $250, it doesn't say they have to buy one for $250. I think in committee it was mentioned that these are $149.99. $149.99, and it can be all yours and hung with a level and a pencil and a drill. You should have a drill. You should probably have a stud finder too. You should probably have a stud finder and something that would indicate where the water pipes are in your walls to make sure you don't hit the sprinkler lines. That makes a mess. So this, for the $149.99, for the very simple process of hanging this, thought we should probably add in $100 to pay for somebody that has actual skills with a level and a pencil to come in, anchor that thing to the wall, and make sure that it's going to stay there. So this is just the sponsor said that these can be purchased for $149.99, and therefore this just adds $100.01 in there to make sure that there would also be the allowance for them to hire somebody to come in and actually install it. So this just recognizes that instead of being this upper-ended mandate that looks to be very small and reasonable, but could actually turn into something very expensive, unknowingly, if you don't know anything about how these construction projects work. So this just puts an upper end on it, says, hey, the $149.99 plus $100.01 for somebody to come in and hang it with a level, pencil, and a screwdriver or something. So this, instead of just being this basic that requires the owner to install it, this allows them to requires that they would have somebody qualified to hang it, but then if it goes beyond that this would not be applicable.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with this amendment. We were told in committee that these cost $149.99 over and over and over and over. We're the sixth most regulated state for small businesses or for business, with 45% of them being duplicative or repetitive. This is a great amendment. We had the state architect come in and say it's going to cost between $900 to $2,000 a unit to install, replacing drywall, tile. These businesses are barely surviving in our state right now. Why can't we accept this amendment? If it's only $149.99 for a diaper changing station, why can't we accept this amendment and give small businesses a little reprieve so that it doesn't cost them between $900 to $2,000 a unit like the state architect came in to testify and say? We should support this amendment. If you support small businesses, you should support this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L011. Division has been called. We'll be standing in a brief recess. What about? She said go? I'm sorry. The committee will come back to order. All right. The question before us is the adoption of Amendment L11. A division is requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please sit and remain seated. All those in favor of Amendment L11, please stand and remain standing in one place or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You good? You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place or raise your hand and keep it raised until the vote is taken. The amendment is lost. Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe it's just because that was too expensive and they didn't like the dollar amount, so I'm going to move L013 to House Bill 1130's committee report. Ask for it to be displayed.
The amendment's now properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you. Over and over, we heard in committee that a diaper changing station does not exceed $149.99. So, hey, maybe the representative from El Paso, maybe you're just mistaken. Maybe it was too much money. We only need a pencil and a leveler and $149.99 on Amazon, baby. Let's get this done. Let's pass this amendment so small businesses can put this guy in and not be charged over $149.99. $149.99. Let's pass this amendment. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd never think that there was an amount of money the majority party would find to be excessive in this. So I do appreciate that the sponsors of the bill consider $250 to be excessive. So since they find it excessive and that in committee, so what this amendment does is it just goes back to the committee. What I had done with the committee report with the $149.99 was to say, well, let's add $100 to it so you can get it professionally installed. But I do appreciate the sponsors agreeing that $250 would be excessive for a business to have one of these installed. But there has to be something, right? So now we have an upper limit that the sponsor has said on the record here is too much. So now we're going to say that, and I'm not sure on intent if that's actionable or not. We'll have to talk to the OLLS. But this would just, instead of having, we have an upper bound of $250 that the sponsor thought was excessive. So now this just resets. Level sets, I think, is the word that we use here, something like robust debate or something, the stupid things we say. But this would be to change it to $149.99 as the upper end, just like the sponsor said it was in committee, so that we're not going to exceed that. So I was trying to add a professional install to that, and I do appreciate the sponsors correcting me and indicating that would be too much money. And so I see that we're going to be, I do appreciate that we'll be limiting this amount of money to $149.99 as evidenced, as stated in committee and then reaffirmed here.
Representative Woog.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think this is more than fair. If that's the price that everyone was sold on in the committee, then this should be a fair amendment. I mean, we're just really attacking businesses and really small businesses with this bill over and over again. So fair amendment, we should all agree on this one and ask for nay.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We want businesses to have the flexibility to make their own decisions about what it is that they want to put in their bathrooms. Not every business is going to choose to actually have something installed in their wall, having drywall done, having tile. That is not a requirement of this bill. This bill is flexible in that businesses can put whatever changing table they want. It could be a standalone changing table, and we did not come to a decision about any monetary threshold in committee, and I would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, we have it on record that this can be done for less than $250, so we do have that. So I think businesses can hang their hat on that at this point. Now, the only reason when you're talking about what the sponsor is now talking about, well, certainly any business has the right to spend more money. What this is just saying is that they can't be required if it's more than $149.99. If it's more than $149.99, then it's not required because the sponsors have already said this can be done for that amount or less. Now, certainly, if there's nothing that if a business owner wants to go all out, now there are in those terms because the current asbestos regulations would require any tile removal and drywall removal over 32 square feet, which is one panel, by the way, 4 foot by 8 foot, 32 square feet, 4 by 8, that it would go into that because removing that tile, if you're going to remove the tile and go with that, then for that 32 square feet, you would have to get into asbestos remediation. And asbestos remediation, of course, is going to cost a couple $1,000s as opposed to this. Now, that asbestos issue has cost in the state of Colorado $20 to $40 million per year. But since we are on track to be the #1 regulated state in all of in this union of states, then we are on track. So this is just saying 149. If it's above that, you don't have to do it. If you want to mess with CDPHE, remove more than 32 square feet of building material that likely has some form of asbestos in it because it is used for fire mitigation, then you don't have to do it. So that's all. You're certainly free to do it. This just says, and again, we already have it on record, but this would be an actually establishing it and having the sponsors stick by their word that this can be done for less than $149.99. So it's just putting it on the record. I mean, we have it on the record, but it is actually putting it in the statute to make sure it's clear so that the citizens of Colorado don't have to go back to this and say, look, if this is going to cost more than $149.99, I don't have to do it. And I think that's great for the sponsors to indicate that that is their intent and that requiring anything over $249, to say that was excessive. So this would be the next step down because $100 is probably the lowest you're going to get somebody to come in and do this professionally. Certainly, again, I think it's fantastic that the sponsors have said that if somebody wants to remodel a bathroom, they're free to do that and you don't need the permission of the state, although technically you do because of the asbestos regulations that are driving up the cost of housing that we could fix in a simple bill that I have on file. But I'm glad that we've capped this at $249 or $250. I appreciate that the sponsors want to go to $149.99 as the cap and not require it for anything above that, and not driving Colorado into such a regulatory state and driving more businesses out of business because they can't afford to deal with a little kid who's done his business.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the good representative from El Paso who wasn't in there but took some really good notes. I just heard we're going to permit businesses to choose, but in this bill we're mandating that they do it. So it's hypocritical. Like, to say that you're going to permit them to have a choice, but then they're going to be mandated to do this without talking about the cost, without talking about the drywall cost, without talking about all the different things that it's going to cost these businesses. I mean, we had the state architecture come in. We had the apartment association come in. They were all against this. They were talking about what it's going to cost to do this. And so this amendment just ensures what the bill sponsors told us in committee, that it's $149.99 along with the constituent that came forward. Instead of just asking these businesses to do it, let's ensure this is not going to be an astronomical cost when we're already the 6th most regulated state. It's not permissive. You're mandating that these businesses do it. So the least you can do is accept this amendment. I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Representative Story.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we urge a no vote on this bill, as people, business owners can choose a stand-alone piece of furniture that has no installation cost at all. It's up to them. Thank you. Please vote no.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just kind of curious, as opposed to, once again, we're saying that it can be achieved for lower cost than this. So this is just putting an upper end cost on it, $149.99. So now I think this is good for any business in Colorado. You just need to come back to this hearing, Second Amendment hearing, and recognize that the sponsors have said that this can be done for less than $149. And the sponsors have said this can be done with a stand-up changing table. And if you can't do it for that, $149.99 is now the cap. So I think that's good. Now, what the sponsor's not telling you, well, no, it doesn't really matter what they're not telling you, because it really doesn't matter how much the cost is. This can now be done according to the sponsor's intent, to the bill intent, is that this be required to cost no more than $149.99. So even though the amendment is not actually accepted, I think it does have some level of standing in the intent of the sponsors, and clearly the intent of the sponsors is that this will cost the citizens, the businesses of Colorado, no more than $150, $149.99.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Locke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I just also want to clarify, I believe this section goes at the end of page 4, where it speaks of what this law doesn't apply to. It doesn't apply to a building with a restroom accessible to the public if. We have a number of other exceptions: historical building, disabilities, if it's a state building. And so this would just get added onto it, that if the business couldn't do the work within this particular amount of money, then the rule would not apply to them, because we don't want to burden our businesses with greater and greater costs that they can't afford.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L13. All those in favor say aye. Sorry, Rep. DeGraff, we had already proceeded with the votes. You can't call division in the middle of a vote. So, well, you just did, but I'm not going to honor it. So, good try. Better luck next time. So all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Amendment L13 is lost. Further discussion, Representative Bradley. Nope, we're still in the committee report. Okay. Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Story.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colorado has made great strides in accessibility over the past few years, though many families still struggle to find safe, sanitary places to care for their children because many public restrooms lack basic changing facilities. The lack of infrastructure often forces caregivers to seek out unsanitary and inaccessible alternatives, which creates a public health and dignity issue for parents and infants across the state. HB 26-1130 addresses this gap by requiring buildings with public restrooms to provide safe and convenient diaper changing stations. This can be achieved either by placing a changing station in a gender-specific restroom or by providing one in a single non-gendered restroom on that floor. The intent is to ensure an accessible option for all genders because the reality is that both parents change diapers and both deserve access to proper facilities. This bill applies to private buildings with indoor restrooms open to customers or visitors such as retail shops, theaters, fitness centers, entertainment venues. It does not include private offices or workspaces that are generally not open to the public. Historic buildings and state-owned buildings are also exempt from the bill. This was done for state buildings in order to eliminate the fiscal impact of the legislation, and we will look at this later in a future time. It's important to note that these stations can be installed at a minimal expense to property owners. There are a multitude of durable options available at an affordable price. I urge an aye vote on this bill. And we are looking forward to that coming up.
Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, this is a straightforward bill that reflects who we are as a state. It promotes safety, it promotes dignity, it promotes families by setting clear expectations and allowing thoughtful flexibility. This bill helps ensure Colorado's public spaces work for everyone and not just some. We want to make sure that families have the opportunity to care for their loved ones in a sanitary and safe way, and also have the flexibility and timeline, reasonable timeline for implementation. I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I heard safety, dignity, and thoughtful flexibility as we carve out state buildings in this and just go after the businesses of Colorado. So the state buildings and the historic buildings get to be carved out because we don't have any money, but the businesses are carved in, rural Colorado, urban parts of Colorado, so we don't know how much it will cost them. But as long as we don't do state buildings, then it's okay. Because the architect said it would probably be between 1 to 1.4 million to the state to make these changes. So we're gonna carve them out in the name of public safety and flexibility, and we're going to add it to the state regulations for small businesses and large businesses. So we don't care how much it costs them. There's no enforcement mechanism. We don't care what's gonna happen to the small business. And what happened to just going to a small business and saying, hey, guys, you don't have a changing station. What gives? I had to change my kid on the mat, on the floor. How many times did I change a diaper on the little mat, little sanitized mat on the floor, and change my child's diaper? And when I went to a place and they didn't have one, I asked the business to talk to the manager, and I said to the manager, can we get a diaper changing station in here? I didn't mandate it. I didn't write a law for it. Another representative in State Affairs had the same thing, a small little coffee shop in her district. Said, hey, I just had to change my child on the floor. Could you put a changing station? And then within the couple weeks, it happened. There was a constituent from Evergreen. There's like 7 restaurants in Evergreen. You can't go talk to them. You can't just say, hey, is there any way it's not appropriate for me to be changing my child on the floor? It doesn't feel safe to go out to the car to change my child. Could we maybe get a diaper changing station? I don't think any business in the state of Colorado would say, no, absolutely not. Because what they said to me was, how thoughtful. We didn't even think about it. We're sorry. And within the next week, there was a diaper changing station in this sandwich shop. Why do we feel the need to nanny? Why do we feel the need to mandate onto small businesses? They have 250,000 regulations on them. 45% repetitive. And here we go again, instead of just going in and talking to a manager. And we asked over and over, Democrats and Republicans alike, how much is this going to cost the businesses? And there was no answer. How are you going to enforce this? There was no answer. So we're just passing bills to pass bills at this point. And we're excluding the state. We're excluding state buildings. We're not practicing what we preach. Because there was a fiscal note, we excluded them. But sorry about your luck, businesses of Colorado. There's no fiscal note for how much that's going to cost you for the tile and the drywall and all the things we're mandating on you. So we're going to continue to push instead of just asking you to do it. A new law after a new law after a new law on the 6th most regulated state. I agree with the El Paso representative. We are heading towards being the 1st most regulated state, and I'm sorry to the small businesses. Thank you.
Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to clarify that the state is not exempted from installing these diaper changing stations moving forward and in their existing renovations. And I also want to clarify again that we are not mandating that there be any drywall installation, that there be any tile renovations. We are clearly just saying these diaper changing stations, that the businesses have the flexibility to install whatever works best for them in the physical plant and makeup of their bathrooms. We are not mandating anything specifically for them to do, and we are giving them a timeline that is reasonable for them to implement this, which is January 1st of 2028.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, are we attaching these with command strips that we pull off when the law changes again? You don't put a diaper changing center up with command strips or not go through drywall or all the things that the businesses, did we talk to the businesses? Did we go into some of these businesses and say, how much is it going to cost you to do this? What are you looking at architecturally to do this? Did we go into Evergreen and ask these businesses? Because no one could tell me how much this was going to cost the businesses. Thank you.
Representative Woog.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So let's imagine a family-owned coffee shop in rural Colorado. The owner's name is Jackie. She's a mom of 2. She's a single mom. She's kept the business afloat for 15 years. It's an older building, very small. It's got a men's room and a women's room. She keeps it clean, but the restrooms are very tight. Now, ever since COVID, she's been on very thin margins. It's steady business, but it's tight. Now, HB 30 comes along, requires her to install 2 stations plus signage. She gets multiple bids, right around $1,500 a piece for each bathroom. So that's materials, installation, plumbing adjustments, a total of $3,000. She's not a big chain with deep pockets. It's her livelihood. This is what she does to raise her kids, pay her rent. Now she's got to increase her costs. A cup of coffee is now another 50 cents per cup. Her customers start grumbling. They start leaving, going to the chain down the road. After a few months, she notices foot traffic's down 20%. Now she's cutting hours. She has an employee that's part-time, young girl. She cuts her hours. Jackie has to work more. She's having trouble getting her bookkeeping done at night, cleaning the shop up for the next day. She spends more time at the shop, less with her children. Members, House Bill 1130 is not just misguided, it's a brazen attack on small business. I urge a no vote.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I sat in on this committee thanks to my colleague from El Paso County and State Military Affairs. You know, and after hearing from the small businesses that showed up, how much of a burden this bill would be on them. After hearing about the hardship this would cause, I couldn't believe that it made it out of committee, let alone make it here. I understand the mother-hearted intent of this bill, but what I do not understand, I do not understand the business heart and lack of logic. It's a very one-sided bill. It would basically cause businesses, regardless of size, to pony up and pay for these stations when the state itself is not willing to do the same. The state is imposing the law, it's conveniently excusing themselves from, just to get out of the fiscal note. So it's one of those, is good for thee, but not for me. Another one of those bills is what you call very unfair standards. Most businesses plan budgets sometimes years in advance, especially right now when they can barely make ends meet. And this isn't a $149.99 job. It's times two. It's per bathroom. So you take that times two to a small little business without even understanding or taking into consideration the liability, the possible insurance cost increases, the cost for inspections, the change in taxes, property taxes, the cost each station per floor, per bathroom. That's a lot of babies changing. That's a lot of poopy diapers. I don't think there's that many. The modification costs are not even mentioned. The costs to plumbing, the cost to electric, the cost to secure the device in a very safe manner. You can't just slap a baby changing table and just hope it holds. It's someone's baby. So you have to make proper code permitted changes to your business. This costs money. And as it was discussed in this committee, it actually, the real cost per business, per station, is around $2,000. That's funny. We kept hearing $149.99. That's not the truth. It's around $2,000, depending on the business, what kind of retiling, what kind of drywall, where it's at, what kind of modifications, what do you have to change. $2,000 per bathroom for a small business to pony up when the state says, but not us. State doesn't have to do it. Again, good for thee, but not for me. We keep regulating our businesses, and I already had mentioned before that every business I come in contact with, I apologize to. Like, I am so sorry. For bills like this, put undue mandates, unnecessary mandates, costs, burdens on our already struggling businesses without a care. Just let's sign it. Let's just do it. Push a button. Let it go. I say no. Enough is enough. Our small businesses have had enough. They've been pillaged. They've been torn to the core. They can take no more. And what do you do if the business can't afford it? They don't have the money. You just want them to close up like the 6,000, 7,000 other businesses recently that have left Colorado? Don't blame them. I don't blame them at all. Keep it up. Keep mandating on our businesses. Keep ripping them to the core. Keep taking the money out of the small margins that they already have. You're destroying them. This bill is just another cut. Death by 1,000 cuts. I obviously, most definitely, like I was in committee, will be a no on this bill.
AML Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a quick question about the bill. Will this encompass like grade school restrooms because they have visitors? So would this end up being something that our school districts would have to deal with as well?
Representative Story.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In general, our public schools are not places where the public is coming and going on a frequent basis, like when we're talking about theaters and auditoriums and music venues and talking about high-rise buildings downtown that have a big open lobby where there's a coffee shop and a bank, and that lobby is open to the public. We're not talking about the workspaces and the office spaces in that building. We're talking about the lobby. And no, we are not talking about public schools because in general, you don't have families coming in to spend the day there with their babies. You have students that are there, and of course, they all have restrooms available to them, as do the staff have restrooms available to them. But it is not a place where infants come and stay throughout the day. So no, we are not talking about public schools.
AML Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
No,
schools
thank
are exact.
you.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. Rural schools, though, are exactly what you said. They are the public theater, and they are the gathering place of a lot of people for a lot of events. Maybe not in the larger schools, but these are the community centers of these communities. So I just want to make sure that, even though it may not be that way for school districts in maybe the greater metro area, but will this bill apply to those grade schools that are like the community centers in my rural communities?
Is there any further discussion? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If a good intention was a good idea, wouldn't need a gun. Oh, but this one doesn't have an enforcement mechanism, right? Why does it not have an enforcement mechanism? Why would we be doing a bill that doesn't have an enforcement mechanism? Oh, yeah, but that's right, because that would drive a fiscal note. And if we drove a fiscal note, the fiscal note wouldn't be magically, let's see, zero. How about that? Zero fiscal note, yet again. None of these government programs are costing any money. I'm fascinated. I'm fascinated by this. My colleague mentioned that we've gone, we're the nanny state, but now this is becoming the Karen state. We're becoming, it is, I want to see your manager and I'm going to bypass your manager. Just straight to the top. The changing tables are a great marketing tool. And when you have a marketing tool like that, for a relatively, and we know that it shouldn't cost any more than $149.99. So when you have a marketing tool like that where you can appeal to mothers that they are going to be able to come in and use that and probably and possibly frequent that more. And that's something that a business can make that determination when a business hears about it. But then they, that business that was mentioned by my colleague, they did the balancing of it. They said, okay, where can we put it? How much is that going to cost? Is it, what it gains us in goodwill? They did that voluntarily. This bill is not voluntary. It is yet another. It is another mandate. And when we look at the title of this, concerning baby diaper changing stations in restrooms accessible to the public. Accessible to the public. Well, my guess is that this was initially for all public restrooms accessible to the public. But why now is it specifically private? But of course, you can't change the name. It doesn't say that this is restricted to privately owned restrooms. The state was pulled out of it because the state has blown through its $4 billion in surplus, has issued another $4 billion in participation trophies, or participation certificates, debt that identifies as not debt, just like fees are taxes that don't identify as taxes. So this is the state acting and demanding where the state does not act. And the difference is, I don't know why the public considers that this room is full of leaders. Because a leader leads. By definition, a leader leads, a leader goes in that direction first. And if you want to be a leader in this realm, if you want to be a leader in baby changing stations, then you, as the state, where you can spend money as the state, you prioritize money as the state, and you find some other pocket of grift to take this out of. The governor has tons of grift. He's got, I could show you $100 million worth of green grift right now. And all you'd have to do is tap into that. And you could pay for this. What is it for the state? Estimated as $2.1 million. For the higher education, $1.5 million. All taken out because now it's not required of the state. And the enforcement mechanism isn't there. So now we have this law with no enforcement mechanism technically, but it's still a law, so it's still enforced somehow. All because you're not satisfied with a market response where the business owners are willing to make that balancing determination, and they say, hey, I've got some conflicting demands. Because as Thomas Sowell observes, there are no solutions, there's only compromises. And when you have a bathroom like that, you have to make a compromise. And this is a one-size-fits-all bill. And then you have to carve out special places and say, well, that one doesn't need it because you shouldn't bring a baby there anyways. Well, when this bill came up, one of the things I thought was funny about it is that a lot of places have actually gotten rid of these baby changing stations because they were being used for drugs. They were facilitating drug use. They're a nice, convenient table on which you can cut your Coke. I'm not sure what the cleaning schedule is for that. Somebody comes in and they have to clean the bathroom. I know, and you think that's funny, but here's a story about another library in Colorado was shut down for meth contamination. Jeffco Library System confirmed Arvada Library was closed indefinitely after testing showed presence of methamphetamine residue at the location. Work was still underway to determine the extent of the affected area.
Representative DeGraff, unless you're going to tie this back to baby changing stations, let's keep things moving, please.
All right, I'm sorry, ma'am. I thought you were paying attention there.
Oh, I'm paying attention.
Okay, see, the nexus here was that a lot of places, they removed these baby changing stations because they were being used for drugs. And that sounds far-fetched, but I was just reading in here about Jeffco shutting down their public libraries, or at least a public library, because of all the rampant drug use in their restrooms. And so you see that's the nexus. You have public restrooms, you have changing tables being used for drugs, and that businesses are getting rid of them. And then now the Karen state legislation means that we need to go into and mandating that these buildings do that, but not buildings, not state buildings, not leading as a state to show the benefit to the citizens of Colorado, but dictating to the citizens of Colorado that they need to spend $2.1 million, $1.53 million. Because we're in a rush to be the most regulated state.
Rep, real quick, I just want to note for everybody, I've provided a lot of leniency around this discussion around this bill, but I do want to note for the record and for the rest of the discussion that the bill does not actually pertain to public facilities, so government-funded facilities. And so I would ask us all to focus on the content of this bill, which is regarding changing stations in businesses.
Oh, absolutely, and I thought I made that quite clear because this says concerning baby diaper changing stations in restrooms accessible to the public. Now, restrooms accessible to the public would actually include government facilities. but this was...
Rep, that was removed in committee, and we're past the committee report.
Correct.
So let's talk about the content of this bill, please.
The content of the bill, then, is to only require this from the businesses, because then what we're doing is we're putting an unfunded, yet another unfunded mandate on the businesses of Colorado and saying, putting another unfunded boot on the citizens of Colorado, because we feel, this room feels good about it. This is a feel-good bill, and we're just going to feel good about putting that boot of socialism on the face of our businesses once more. So I move L010 to HB 1130 and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment L10 has been moved and is now properly displayed. You may proceed.
This just takes it from shall to may. If you're not going to have an enforcement mechanism, if you're not going to pay to, if you're not going to make, and you're just going to leave the citizens in limbo, let's just say we think this is a good idea. You think this is good. It might be a good idea. I just don't think we should be telling the businesses of Colorado what's a good idea. And the citizens of Colorado, you can weigh in. Do you need this room to tell you what good intentions are, what good ideas are? Most businesses I know want to have less restrictions. And you know what? They do want to serve the citizens of Colorado. They do want to make sure that their patrons are taken care of. This just takes it and puts the citizens of Colorado on the same standing as the state of Colorado. The state of Colorado under this bill is certainly free to install baby changing stations. There's nothing that precludes it in new builds or even retrofits or anything. So this just puts the citizens of Colorado on the same standing as the state of Colorado and takes it from a shall to a may. And just recognizing that you don't need, that the businesses of Colorado are perfectly able to make these determinations on their own. They can do the cost-benefit analysis. Are they going to lose businesses because they don't have a changing table? Maybe. Maybe they'll lose business because of the changing table. And maybe, because this is such a good idea, the business down the street will gain business because they have a changing table. And now you have a market incentive for the people, those businesses, to put in a changing table, as opposed to the boot of government on their face telling them what to do. So this is a good amendment. I ask for an aye vote because the state of Colorado should not have more privileges than the citizens of Colorado, because ultimately the state of Colorado is a parasite on the businesses of Colorado. It's these businesses that pay the salary, pay to keep the lights on in this room, pay for the legislators to meet for 120 days per year and sap the lifeblood out of them with bills like this. So go from shall to may, let the market breathe a little bit. We don't have to get to the #1 regulated state in the country tomorrow. You've got plenty of time. I know you're going there, but just maybe slow down a little bit and let the market catch up.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, Representative Story.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It already is permissive for folks to put in these changing stations, and the whole reason that we are moving forward with this bill is to ensure that families have access to publicly accessible restrooms that have changing stations in them for the dignity and health and safety for those little kids. I think we can all support little kids, and we urge a no vote on this permissive amendment.
Representative DeGraff.
Okay, and that's a thing that people need to realize in terms of a permissive state. A permissive state sounds like, hey, you can do whatever you want. A permissive state is one where you need permission to do everything. And I'm confused, and if I am wrong on this, that it was done in the committee report, then certainly, but I'm looking at the word shall and asking that it turns into may, because beginning July 1, 2027, the owner or manager of a building with a restroom accessible to the public shall. Let me see that again. The owner or manager of a building with a restroom accessible to the public shall. Now, do we need to look up the definition of shall? Shall does not sound like an option. I'm not sure what shall game we're playing here, but shall sounds pretty mandatory. Shall provide baby changing stations, at least one diaper changing station in each, not just one, in each gender-specific changing room on the floor. So now it might not be just thousands of dollars and asbestos changing, because if they have to change the tile, it might be 2 bathrooms. At least one baby diaper changing station in a non-gendered so depending on how they have it set up. Some of these buildings still have restrooms according to the biological sex of their patrons. So now you're preferencing those who do not. Interesting. I'm not sure that's not a constitutional violation, but still, this word is shall. This word is shall. I'm just asking that it becomes may. The sponsors have said that this is a permissive bill, that it is an option. If it's an optional bill, let's clear it up right now and change it to may. If we can't change it to may in a bill where that is ostensibly about giving the owners of these buildings options, then just admit that it is not optional and that it is in fact mandatory, and that at least you limited the cost of compliance to $149.99.
Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do appreciate the acknowledgement that this is a mandate on the businesses of Colorado. This is not an optional program. This is not an encouraged program. This is an unfunded mandate on the citizens, on the businesses of Colorado that are struggling under the same budgetary pressures that this building puts on all citizens because it cannot control its spending. This is yet another unfunded mandate on the businesses of Colorado that ultimately pay the taxes from which we operate. Get the boot off the face of the businesses and citizens of Colorado. Let the market breathe.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L10. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. No. Amendment L10 is lost. Representative Brooks.
First step will kill you sometimes, getting up off that bench. Thank you, Chair. Look, I do have concerns. I have concerns for businesses that have been discussed by my colleague previously. Again, I've said that I understand that sometimes we lose the poignancy of being the 6th most regulated state in Colorado because of the frequency with which we repeat that. We repeat it because it's true, not because it's just kind of a cool thing to say. I prefer, trust me, not to say it. 6th most regulated state in the country. I swear we're not going to rest until we crack the top 5. Maybe we're cruising to top 3. And my colleague brought up another point that I think is kind of getting lost in here. If we're talking about how this comes at an unfunded mandate, it comes at a cost to businesses. What about the requirement of the keeping everything sanitary, right? Because we just heard that in many areas, these little baby changing stations weren't used for their intended purpose. They're used by drug addicts. When my colleague said Coke, he didn't mean with a smile. He's talking about drug addicts using these little tables to freebase on, right? Making the little baby changing table a little methy. I don't want methy and my baby together. I don't have a baby anymore. When I had a baby, I would not have wanted to place my baby on a methy table. So if we're having issues with these being used to the point to where businesses were removing the tables because it was a problem, we're saying, no, you have to put them back in. We're ignoring, let's say there is no unfunded mandate. Let's say that these are all going to be installed free. Let's just take all of that, let's take that out of the conversation. If we're listening to our business community that is saying, hey, we've had an issue with these being misused, so we have had to remove them, but yet we, with our vast and awesome, expansive knowledge, are going to come back and say, no, you've got to put them back in. We're ignoring the business community. At very best, we're ignoring the business community. The business community that in some areas has said, you know what, this doesn't work. We've tried this. We wanted to do this. We had the diaper changing station, and you know what, it didn't work out so well. My oldest son is now 24 years old. How's it going, E? I went to the original Denver Coliseum for Sesame Street Live because he wanted to see Elmo. Loved him some Elmo. This is when he was a little dude, little guy, years ago. It was just me, and I went, and this is my oldest son, right? So I'm doing like I am equipped. I've got the dad bag. I've got the extra this. I got the extra that. I got the extra everything because I want to prove that I can go to the Denver Coliseum and take my kid to go see Elmo and take care of him. Well, he had himself a little accident. And so we went into the Denver Coliseum. As you can imagine, if you had ever been to the original Denver Coliseum, baby changing stations were not even a thing, particularly over 20 years ago. I put him on top of a trash can. You know, it was a little covered trash can. Threw him on top of a trash can, and I changed his diaper. He didn't get a disease. He didn't get methy. He didn't have any issues with just having his diaper changed all the time. I made do, and it was okay. The kid's 24 years old. He's fine. I don't understand why all of a sudden we're thinking now we've got to try to come to the rescue when I think we're doing all right. I think we've been able to make it to this point and do all right. And not only that, we've gotten to the point to where a lot of businesses have said, you know what, these tables are being misused. We're not listening to that. Because our ideas are better than the concerns and the realities that the businesses have faced. I honestly don't know where a lot of this stuff comes from. My colleague earlier said that she understood. I do not understand. I am utterly confused, honestly. I don't understand why this is a priority for us, particularly when these baby changing station things have been misused. First of all, when was the last time you went into a public gas station bathroom? Ew. They're not going to be sanitary. And because they were not sanitary at different coffee stores, different locations that have more than 25 people in counties that we're representing here, they were not. They were dirty, they were nasty, they were having problems with them. I think we need to think this through a little bit more instead of thinking that we're coming to the rescue of all babies when we're asking basically for babies to be placed on nasty little things that businesses have removed because they're unfit to have humans around them, especially little babies. Vote no.
Mayor, not Mayor Pro Tem, I'm so sorry. Speaker Pro Tem Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. An honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
I just wanted to speak a little bit from my experience with a good amount of gratitude for the bill sponsors for bringing this forward. I was a stay-at-home dad for quite a while with our oldest, and I can tell you from firsthand experience that finding a place to change your child when you're out in public is really difficult. It's especially difficult sometimes because a lot of times men's bathrooms aren't equipped with those same changing tables. And I get why. I was sort of an outlier as a stay-at-home dad. I will say this, though. Fort Collins, Larimer County, the district I represent, does not have an issue with putting baby changing stations in restrooms for fear of drug use. I don't know if that's something that Douglas County needs to address specifically, but it is not a statewide concern. A lot of things get used for purposes that they are not intended. We do not take them away. Cars are often a place where drugs get used. This Capitol is a place where we know substance abuse happens. Yet here we are. The goal of this bill is simple, and the arguments, in my opinion, stray so far from the reality of what parents are facing when they're out in public, and that is just to find a place to change their child. If you're a parent like me, you carried around all the cleaning things, you wiped it down. If you would like to still change your baby on top of a trash can, as the previous speaker said, you have that choice. I know for me, the option to be able to put my child on a changing station that is safe, that you can strap them into, that you know they're not going to roll off, that is a much better option. I don't know quite where the conversation went off the rails, but I'll just say this much. The conversation about not being able to put baby changing stations in for fear that a surface might be used for the use of illicit substances is so far removed from the bill title and quite frankly from the goal of the sponsors that I just have to say I find it to be really frustrating and would really love us to ground ourselves in this conversation, which is businesses being required to do something that I think all of us would expect in the year 2026. Thank you to the bill sponsors.
Representative Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Leader, and I rise in high support of this. As a first-time grandma, I know my son has had a hard time changing his baby in the men's bathrooms and finding no place to change him. So I'm absolutely rise in support of this, and I rise in support of families to be able to go in and be able to change their babies, not on a trash can and not on the back of a toilet where RFK has admittedly said he's done blow. So I absolutely rise in support of this amendment, and I ask you all rise in support of this, I should say bill and not amendment, because it's all about families and equal access to changing them diapers.
And just as a reminder, props are not allowed at the well, so if you have a picture on your phone, please keep it to yourself. We're not showing pictures today. Representative Johnson? Representative Bradley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to come back up and say, I don't understand why this can't be permissive, why we can't ask the businesses, why we can't go in and ask the small businesses and say, hey guys, I'd like to change my grandson or my children, sorry I didn't bring my picture, and just ask. Why do we need another bill mandating on small businesses? Great. I guarantee you the small businesses would come forward and say, absolutely, we're sorry, let's get a diaper changing station in our business. I'm glad Fort Collins has it. Great, maybe some people went in and talked to the business owners. Every business owner that I talked to that didn't have one put one in when I talked to them about it. We've forgotten how to talk to people. Clearly forgotten how to talk to people. What happened to just having a conversation and saying, hey, this is impeding my ability to change my child. Would you mind putting a diaper changing station in your small business? Versus one of 700 bills putting the boot on the neck of small businesses.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to raise a few things and highlight what has already been spoken when it comes to House Bill 261130. I want to get into the public safety aspect on what can be in a changing station. One of the duties I had 8 years as a lifeguard in a public restroom was at least 3-4 times a day going into those baby changing areas, reaching my hand down behind them and pulling out a ton of gross diapers, feminine products, tissues, trash from granola bars because they saw that as another trash can. And then this is where we're gonna put infants and babies when there is all of this stuff that could be lingering, whether it's in an open facility like a park or a pool, and then the heat gets to it and grows bacteria. It could be in a cooler area like restaurants and businesses, but that is something that the businesses are gonna have to account for now, is extra staff to go back multiple times a day to go and clean what people are putting back there. Because while we do have a ton of responsible folks in our state and those who visit our state, when you're in a rush, when you're trying to find somewhere to go, maybe the trash can didn't get put back, maybe the trash can's on the other side of the bathroom, I don't know. But it is very gross when you put your hand in there and you have to clean it all out. You now have to teach about glove safety for your employees. What happens if they get a foreign liquid from another human on them, whether that's feces or blood? How do you act then? What kind of protocols are you going to put in through CDPHE, because you're exposing them to all of these things that you have to clean them on? And this is a public safety concern that I have not heard anybody talk about yet when people put behind the changing stations. The issue we have, and we've heard it from our good colleagues, is this is a mandate, unfunded, on our small businesses, on all of our businesses, that they're going to have to find the capital to put this in all the bathrooms. In rural Colorado, I see businesses closing almost every month in my 7 counties because of all of the extra burden, unfunded mandates from this building. Now you're going to have to go put in more capital. And what happens if these, bathroom facilities, a ton of my small rural areas have, you have enough for a toilet and a sink. There is not a lot of extra room in there, and that's the way the business is set up. There is literally no more room to put a changing table on, and the wall might not be big enough to even adapt it to it be held secure to the wall safely. How do we combat that? Say they have to shut down their entire business? Are they going to have to open up and do construction on? And if you've been down in any small town America and you see these joint businesses hooked onto each other, there is no expansion space. They have right-of-ways because we have public utilities. There is no place to expand for these extra regulations to build these bathrooms out. I have seen how something like this policy has affected other states and even internationally. Belgium has a very similar policy that they want changing stations in all their bathrooms. However, they charge for every bathroom. You have to put coins in, anywhere from about $1 or $2 to pay to use the restroom, to help with these costs that are coming from the mandates by the government. Now we're gonna say you have to pay to pee, pay to change your baby, pay to go to the bathroom. Is that what we're gonna encourage our businesses here to try to stay afloat with all of these extra unfunded mandates? And it makes it very hard because we have the public sector, government, look at the title, it says Public Restroom Baby Diaper Changing Station. Now infringing onto private businesses because in the language, just go to the bill summary. It says the bill requires, so that's a shall, it's not a may, it's not permissive, but the bill requires a building with an indoor restroom that is open to the public, including to customers or public visitors. So even if it's a private business, which we are talking about, we are now mandating them like we are a public business, that they can no longer say this is only for customers, that we don't want anyone else coming in. Mind you, that should be something traveling to other states again, and you have to hold it while traveling because they say customers only. We won't let the public just come in here because we don't need them to come in for whatever their state's mandates are. Are we gonna now be encouraging that here? Even though we're saying that we're gonna treat private like we treat public? This is very concerning. I get the notion of this, but there are so many consequences that are gonna happen. We're gonna put businesses out because they can't meet this mandate. We're gonna add public safety hazards in place on how do you go clean behind these changing stations, because that fecal matter, the blood that's getting stuck in there, is gross, and it's gonna cause issues. It could cause illness if you don't have someone rotating and cleaning that all of the time. We also have the issue on the last page that this bill is not supposed to begin until July 1st, 2027, but we see this as an immediate need, and it has a safety clause. This is why I move L0 15 to House Bill 1130 and ask that it be properly displayed.
The amendment has been moved and is now properly before us. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as I mentioned, this bill is not to begin until July 1st, 2027. With a petition, this puts us at August 1st of 2026. That has 11 months of implementation. So I would really like to know why we would want to bar the public, our citizenry, from having their right to petition if need be, when this still has a roll date of over a year and a half. By putting in this petition, they still have over 11 months to implement, have time to see what they need to do. I strongly urge a yes on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Representative Story.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have no problem with this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Representative DeGraff. The committee will stand in a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are good with this amendment. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question, do you wish to speak? Okay, all right. When the bill comes back, you can speak. All those in favor of Amendment L015, say aye. Aye. All of those opposed, no. Amendment L15 is adopted. To the bill, Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay. We have an unfunded mandate on the businesses of Colorado who are struggling, but not applied to the state of Colorado, who has blown through $8 billion into debt. And now we have baby changing station means safe, sanitary, and convenient, so that's subjective, and we create a whole list of problems. And one of the problems that's created for the business owners is liability. So since this is not going to be a problem, apparently, I move L012 to House Bill 1130 and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment L12 has been properly moved and is now displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Anytime you put something in a building like this, it's going to have a level of liability attached to it. Or if you say it doesn't have a level of liability attached to it, then this amendment has no cost to the state. So in addition to that, at least we've limited the cost, the maximum cost to the buildings of Colorado, since the state of Colorado doesn't want to do this, to $149.99, that I think it's also appropriate for the state to take on any potential of liability for this. So Section 2, liability of the state mandated equipment, since this is equipment, baby changing equipment, notwithstanding any provision of law to the contrary, is if a state agency requires, directs, or approves the installation of equipment, devices, or infrastructure pursuant to this part, the state shall assume liability for any claim of damages arising from the design, operation, or failure of that equipment, device, or infrastructure. A property owner, tenant, or private entity whose property such equipment or infrastructure is installed is not civilly liable for damages arising from the installation, maintenance, operation of the equipment or infrastructure when the installation is required and approved or approved by the state agency. Nothing in this section precludes liability for damages resulting from gross negligence, willful misconduct, or intentional damage by the property owner or private entity. Claims arising under this section are subject to Colorado Government Immunity Act, Article 10, Title 24. So this is just putting the state as basically the owner of the responsibility and the liability to these that the state has decided are a good idea. So, because otherwise this is going to increase and basically what the state can do is get a group policy for baby changing stations, right? Instead of making all the buildings and businesses apply for that themselves, the state can just get a group policy for all private, for all the applicable buildings and get a changing station group rate discount for them and take that on themselves, since this is a good idea and as dictated by the state.
Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Businesses already carry their own liability insurance, and so we ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative DeGraff.
Yes, and certainly they do, but we don't know what the change to this is going to be. So if there is a change to their liability, I think it's incumbent on the state to take that upon themselves and make that commitment to accepting that liability by the state.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L12. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. Amendment L12 is lost. To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative DeGraff.
I move L016 to House Bill 1130 and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment L16 is now before us. You can proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is just to say I think the direction that the bill took was in the right direction, but it specified 25 occupants, which is a really pretty small establishment. And the small establishment is going to have relatively little space possibly to do this. And a lot of these businesses are functioning as kind of hole in the wall, older buildings, and so this would just be one that a business that employs, so that it would be applicable to a building that employs more than 25 people, not that it just simply seats more than 25 people. So it's a way to make sure that this is having less effect. This mandate, this unfunded mandate, is not reaching down so far into the businesses that cannot afford it. So 25 employees versus 25 occupants.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L16? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L16. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Amendment L16 is lost. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Representative Story.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We move L009 to House Bill 1130 and ask that it be displayed.
Can you withdraw that motion, please? With the motion, if you wish.
We withdraw the motion of Amendment L009.
Okay, it's been withdrawn. To the bill.
Members, as previously stated, this bill is an opportunity for parents to have a safe and clean place to change their babies. We ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1130 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. House Bill 1130 as amended passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1213.
House Bill 1213 by Representative Smith and McCormick, also Senator Wallace, concerning the continuation of the Biomass Utilization Grant Program and in connection therewith, implementing the recommendation contained in the 2025 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies to repeal the Biomass Utilization Grant Program.
Representative Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 26-1213, which is a very simple bill.
To the bill. Now
Thank
you can
you.
tell me about it. Representative Smith.
The Biomass Utilization Grant Program was created to address a longstanding problem in Colorado, the lack of markets for low-value woody material generated from forest management and wildfire mitigation work. Without viable end uses, the cost of treatment increases and projects become harder to implement. The program was designed to test whether modest, targeted grants could help overcome early market barriers and support forest health, wildfire risk reduction, and rural economic activity. With a $500,000 appropriation, the program was able to support 12 projects across the state that explored practical uses for biomass, including energy production and biochar. These projects helped test concepts, support early-stage businesses, and build knowledge about what works and what doesn't in Colorado's market conditions.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this particular grant program has served its purpose and has demonstrated early biomass market efforts. And while we are under the budgetary constraints that we are, it's important to bring this bill up to sunset today, knowing that a lot of these underlying challenges of biomass utilization will still remain in forest treatment. Economics still remain, and those will continue to be addressed through the State Forest Service. That work will continue, but we ask for your support today to sunset this particular program and vote yes on 1213.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1213. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. House Bill 1213 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1185.
House Bill 1185 by Representatives Carter and Clifford, also Senator Roberts, concerning the continuation of the Cold Case Task Force and in connection therewith, implement the recommendations of the Department of Regulatory Agencies and the Department's 2025 Sunset Report, including authorizing the Executive Director of the Department of Public Safety to appoint additional members to the task force, continuing the task force for 13 years, and changing the type of sunset review that is conducted by the department.
Well done, Mr. Shebel. Representative Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 261185 and the Judiciary Committee Report.
To the committee report. Representative Clifford.
We did not make any changes in the committee. This is a straightforward committee report. I request an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye. All those.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you. Daylight savings time is not helping us. All those opposed, no. All right. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Clifford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is a straightforward sunset for the Cold Case Task Force. I'll tell you a little bit about what they do, and then one specific thing in here. I am typically a stickler for how long we kick these cans down the road before we have reviews. The Cold Case Task Force is something that I envision will be around somewhat forever and ever, and I didn't really have a particular interest in not following the recommendations in this much further out 2039 re-review of this event. Cold Case Task Force is specifically the ability for us to bring multiple agencies and people with expertise in solving cases that were unsolvable at the time. And sometimes these cases can be, 40, 50 years old, and we are still seeking justice whenever there is a victim of a crime or whenever something is just unsolvable. And this gives us the ability to provide resources to do that. And I urge an aye vote.
Representative Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the things that we did add in the committee specifically was adding an individual who would have specialized knowledge and skill regarding any emerging technologies. Understanding, as my colleague has indicated, theoretically this task force is going to continue on for a very long time, but we also know that there are a lot of emerging technologies, and we're going to need people who actually understand those going forward. Another thing I will add specifically, the many different individuals who are involved in this type of task force, making sure that the victims get some type of closure. I'm also asking for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1185 as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. House Bill 1185 as amended passes. Mr. Sheeple, please read the title of Senate Bill 7.
Senate Bill 7 by Senator Mullica, also Representatives Leader and Foray, concerning the use of medical marijuana by terminally ill patients in health facilities.
Representative Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 007.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So basically, what this bill does is it's concerning the use of medical marijuana by terminally ill patients in health facilities. So this bill was brought to us from patients' perspective. You know, we want to ensure that patients have a continuum of care when they are being treated in a hospital and a healthcare facility. Senate Bill 7, it creates that framework by allowing terminally ill patients who are registered in the state medical marijuana program to use medical marijuana within a health facility, subject to certain parameters. There's been a lot of stakeholdering done on this bill in the Senate. Several amendments were passed in the Senate and the committee. So without opposition, I will add. So that really brings us to a good place with the hospitals, and mainly that participation is not mandated, it is permissive. And with the amendments, we are moving forward here because I think added, we would only hope our family members going through terminally ill or chronic illness have access to the options as they go through this time. And I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Foray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a really good bill in the sense that it would be nice if in Colorado, when you are terminally ill and you're in the hospital, you have the autonomy and choice to make the decision of how you manage your pain. This is allowing that option in a permissive way. I ask for your aye vote and a no on whatever Rep. DeGraff is bringing.
Representative Foray, just as a reminder, we don't refer to other representatives by name. If you'd like to refer to his county, you are certainly welcome to do so. You have to look it up first, though. Just kidding.
She's gonna wait for the
All right, for any further discussion, Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm glad I didn't get called out like that, so that's good.
There's still time. I'm just kidding.
Thank you to the bill sponsors for all the amendments and for bringing this forward. I just wanted to come up so that my caucus knew where I was standing on this. The fact that they're allowing this to be permissive and in alignment with federal guidelines. If those were to change, then the contracts can essentially be broken. And then just to let you guys know that when my son was in the hospital on heavy opioids, he laid there pretty much comatose. And I can't imagine him only having a couple weeks left of life and them pumping him full of so many opioids where we could not have a conversation. And so this is a really good bill. It's really good for end of life for some people that want to maintain their consciousness while they are, and alleviate some pain while they are spending their last few moments with their family members. So I rise in strong support, really proud of the bill sponsors for listening and for taking into account what the hospitals brought forward. So thank you both for that.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to commend the sponsors for their work on this bill. This is a very important issue that I hear about time and time again. This issue gets brought up by some constituents of mine, especially those who have been impacted by severely ill diseases and concerns that they have had. All they want is a chance to have more choice and an opportunity to use cannabis in the way that it was meant to be, especially for medical purposes. And I also just want to put on the record for my caucus that I'm a strong supporter of this for my district, for my constituents, because I think while we demonize this industry, I think we should also take into account this is a way to stick it to Big Pharma. And I think we also need to understand that while they continue to demonize cannabis in and of itself, this is something that is good for our communities to be able to have an alternative source of choice that's more efficient, it's healthier, and cannabis has never killed anybody. So I just want to put that on the record. I encourage an aye vote on this bill. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a quick amendment, L005 to SB007, and ask that it be displayed. Now,
Hold tight.
while that is being displayed, I will tell you that I...
Hold tight, please.
Oh, this is just color commentary. It's not really on the
No,
amendment.
no, please, Representative.
Slow
I ask you
down.
to, we're going to ask you to start
saying I need a
over,
little weed?
and you're going to need to say, I move the amendment number and ask for it to be properly displayed.
I move L005 to SB007 and ask that it be properly displayed.
All right, thank you. The amendment's now properly before us. You can proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, this amendment was brought to me just for a little, I do recognize that there's the permissive element in here that it has gone from a may to a shall. This language that I don't have a lot of hope in getting onto the bill because I was told to pound sand beforehand, but I thought I'd present it anyways, is that on page 5 after line 19, a health facility may adopt and enforce a written policy prohibiting the possession or use. So the use of it is voluntary now, at least according to the bill and the way, and this just gives this would just be in there to give the facilities, the providers, the comfort in knowing that they can, the standing to know that they can also prohibit the use. So it's not just regulating the possession thereof, it's also giving them, and then determining that in that regulation, the possession thereof, it's voluntary. This is just giving them overtly the ability to adopt and enforce a written policy prohibiting the possession, use, administration, or storage of medical marijuana on its premises. And I think bills like these actually make the bill better, because when you have things that are voluntary, what you're doing is you are and explicitly voluntary, you're going back into the free market and you're getting into the exchange of good for good, and you're not imposing. Anytime you impose on somebody else, like the last bill, what you're going to end up is with a lot of unintended or intended consequences. You never know. So making this permissive, I think giving the facilities being comfortable in that they can turn it down, I think that would reduce the resistance to it. And if you reduce the resistance to it, then they're going to be more. I think they're going to be potentially more accepting of it. So I ask for an aye vote, despite being told to pound sand. I think it's a good amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a no vote. I don't object to the facility flexibilities for this because it already exists in there. My objection is specifically to the word discrimination, because that word is doing real work here. It's not clarifying the bill. It's closing the courthouse door on a terminally ill patient who gets turned away. So I ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L5. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Amendment L5 is lost. To the bill, is there any further discussion?
Good bill, vote yes.
Representative Leader, wonderful. Okay,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative
Good bill, vote
Ferre.
yes.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 007. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Senate Bill 007 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1137.
House Bill 1137 by Representatives Titone and Garcia, also Senator Cutter, concerning requirements for persons engaged in campaign consulting.
Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
All right, thank you. I move House Bill 1137 and the committee report.
There is no committee
Oh,
report.
that's right. There's no committee report. Never
So
mind.
to the bill.
All right, to the bill. Great. Hello, members. So this bill is a really important bill for a couple different reasons. It really puts an unregulated part of campaigns and in politics in general, and put some guidelines on what they can do in terms of working with other folks who are competing against each other, whether it be an issue committee or another campaign. And it says that if you would like to engage with competing parties for the same issue or race, that you must have written consent from both parties. It's really simple because that should be what people do anyway. If you're going to, attorneys have to do this, you have to have some kind of agreement, and you should have people know that this is going to be happening before you engage with the people who are running against each other. Consultants in particular have a lot of resources, and that's really what comes down to that can't be split between two candidates or issues. Those resources, the connections, all that kind of stuff, that is inequitable if you have a company working for two separate campaigns. That's why this is important, because it's not exactly like a law firm even, where you have attorneys and different people working on different issues. The consultants have the connections and the relationships, and that's why you select to have certain consulting companies. I have an amendment. Let's just get that out of the way real quick. And I move Amendment L001 and ask for it to be displayed. I'll just get that. Oh, right.
Amendment 1 has been properly moved and is now displayed. Please proceed. Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this amendment just clarifies a little bit about the businesses and include vendors and what they do. So if they are a fundraising vendor or a vendor who has goods related to the activity, maybe it's a printer, someone making products and things like that, when they're a vendor, that does not apply to this, because they may work for all different kinds of candidates up and down. And I ask for a yes vote on this amendment, and then we can go back to the bill.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 1? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 1. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Amendment L1 is adopted. To the bill. Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I rise in support of this bill. Thanks to my co-prime, this is an issue that has been brought to light. This bill does something that's very important for anyone who's deciding to run for office at all levels, as well as for any causes that come up, like whether it's a ballot initiative at local or at state levels. Almost all candidates, almost all issues have to rely on consulting firms. Now, the issue here is not saying consulting firms shouldn't be relied on. The issue here is saying that consulting firms should actually be transparent with the causes that they're taking on or with the clients that they're taking on. And what it's saying is, if you are going to take on issue A, and you hire and the issue contracts you as the consultant to give strategy, to help work on the plan, to help enact the plan, and then then the opposition comes to the same consultant and says, I want to hire you too. Right now, a consultant can just willy-nilly say, yeah, sure, I'll bring you both on. Then they're going to be working in support and opposition of the same thing. We're not saying that's not allowed. What we're saying with this bill is that there needs to be transparency where, if that were to happen, the consultant then has to go back to the clients that are in opposition and just to be transparent saying, I have an opportunity to work with both sides. Is that okay with you? Why would we not want that? Why would we not want to make sure that the clients that we are hiring, that anyone in this state that's running for office or anyone in this state that's leading on an issue campaign, that when they are hiring a consultant, which I'm sure everyone in this room can relate to the extreme cost of consultants in campaign world, that the transparency of who you're working with, especially if they're in opposition, is important. So that is what this bill does. It simply says, if you're going to work with opposing parties, when you are in a position of a consultant, not a vendor, we just ran that amendment, not a vendor, that you are transparent. And we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think some of these things are just more germane to the to contracts and can be handled in contracts, something to look for in contracts. And so not necessarily a bad idea, but just not necessarily the role of government, especially when government has extended itself well past its area of expertise. So first of all, I'd like to avoid this going into the courts. We've had several bills already of the courts being even more clogged up, increasingly clogged. And so I move L002 to House Bill 1137 and ask that be displayed.
Amendment 2 has been properly moved and is now displayed. You can proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this bill, and I do wonder if, because here's another magical 0 FTE, so a non-enforced bill at this point. So what we're doing is we're possibly putting it into the court and saying that the resolution has to be done in the court, even though that this is really an election issue, which would be normally, I would think, would be considered under the Secretary of State. So, so L002 just says an individual alleging a violation of subsection of this may file a complaint with the Secretary of State, who's handling all of the election stuff and all of these election issues, and the Secretary of State may refer an alleged violation of subsection 1 of this section to the Attorney General if so needed. So instead of just taking this and throwing it into the litigious nature of our state and clogging the courts even further, it's to step back a little bit, say, hey, the Secretary of State's dealing with a lot of these. All of these people are pretty much on file in one way, shape, or form with the Secretary of State. So let's just make this at the Secretary of State level, and if the Secretary of State determines that there's a violation, they can do that. And I know the Secretary of State has all kinds of time on their hands because they investigated a website that had me on it that I didn't control for over a year. So in order to fine me $200. So I know they have a ton of time on their hands, so I think this is the appropriate place to go, to the Secretary of State, to look at any alleged violation, and if there's an alleged violation that rises to the level of the Attorney General, that they would refer to it to the Attorney General, as opposed to, again, forcing everything to go into the courts, which looks to me like it's just to drive a 0 FTE.
Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate my colleague from El Paso County. One of the things we wanted to do in the beginning was actually to have them register with the Secretary of State's office. But as we have no money in the budget to facilitate any of these kinds of things, this really wouldn't be appropriate. There is no list of these folks really in there for this specific purpose. They're just registered as a general business. And this wouldn't have the impact that I think that he's looking for. And the Attorney General really has no jurisdiction in this kind of thing. The only real place to have this be adjudicated is the court, so I ask for a no vote.
Representative DeGraff. Okay, is there any further discussion on Amendment L2? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L2. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Amendment L2 is lost. To the bill. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L003 to House Bill 1137 and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment 3 has been properly moved and is now displayed. You can proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is just inserting on page 5 after line 17 that it is an affirmative defense to the alleged violation of subsection 1A or 1B of this section that before providing a campaign consulting service at issue, the consultant or consulting firm provided a written disclosure of the alleged adverse interest or representation of opposing candidates and then obtained written consent from each after affected client or candidate. So this is just giving the agency a way out. Yes, I do agree with the sponsors that it does seem like the original place to deal with this was the Secretary of State, and then of course that would drive a fiscal note, and everything is doing. We're not going to stop. We're not going to stop imposing. We're just going to stop being forthright with our fiscal notes. So this is a cost on the court. This amendment is just a way to alleviate the burden on the court by stating that, alleviate the burden on the court by allowing these consultant firms to somehow list or provide that they might have something that's perceived as a conflict of interest. So that way it can be addressed up front, it can be acknowledged up front, and then there's not there's no surprises. So this is a positive motion for the bill to not only continue to have a $0 fiscal note, but to also keep it from clogging the courts unnecessarily. So this amendment helps keep the courts unclogged from frivolous lawsuits.
Representative Tone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the effort to find another way. Most of this amendment, though, just repeats what the whole bill does, and the whole point of it is to actually get the people to have an agreement to begin with, and if they have the agreement, then we don't need to have this alternative defense because there is no issue. If they did not sign the agreement and they still engage in this behavior, that's where the private right of action in the bill actually comes in place. So this just really weakens the position of where the person is who's trying to get relief. And I asked for a no vote because the whole point of the bill is to actually have some teeth in this thing, because if a consulting company wants to just do this to someone right now, the only relief is to go to court and have whatever outcome there is. With the bill, there's a clear outcome that is outlined in here with attorney fees and other things that actually will deter a lot of this kind of behavior to begin with. So this is really just weakens that position. I ask for a no vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know how it weakens the position. What it does is it just clarifies it. You can have that agreement in the beginning, and then, I don't know, does that necessarily preclude it from going to court? So right now, you're not precluded from going to court. It could still, based on my reading, that it could still be taken to court for whatever reason. This just says, hey, in that agreement, because this would be part of I would assume this would be part of the agreement, that them making explicit and having both parties sign it, that would be an affirmative defense. That they could say, but right now I see that you have an agreement, but not that there's an affirmative defense that agreement will keep it from going to court. So, and over something like this. So this is not to weaken the position, this is just to clarify the position. Again, what we want to do is we want to avoid, it's just wording that would hopefully avoid some level of frivolous litigation over misunderstanding or what have you. I don't know what. It's just right now, yes, you have an agreement that you both agree to it, but there's nothing that precludes the lawsuit and taking that to court, or at least taking it to court. Everything is going to have to be, adjudicated, and then it's still going to chew up a lot of the court time, where this amendment just says, look, if you both signed an agreement, you probably should have both read it. So it's going to be an affirmative defense, and that would keep it from just clogging up the courts to basically do something that they're going to discover later on anyways.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L3. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Amendment L3 is lost. To the bill. Representative Clifford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this bill. I like to play around in campaigns. We see a lot of people that engage in campaigns. I know most of the people that work in this space. I don't rise out of a massive concern for their integrity or their ability to function with multiple candidates. I do rise in support because it does happen. We have, the person's not in the room right this second, surprisingly, but we have a person that this happened to early in a campaign that's currently ongoing, where the same firm was representing two different people. And you got to remember, when you're engaged with campaign consultants, you're supplying all of your contacts list. You're supplying all of your who you're going to call data, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I might not actually want advice from the same people that are giving the other candidate advice about how to beat me, while I'm also engaged with, them having a conversation about how to beat me and having conversations with me about how to beat the other candidate. At least not without knowing. So if this bill was something other than that, if it was requiring that they couldn't do it, that would be one thing. But I do want them to acknowledge to me, hey, we have another candidate that is running against you that's going to be working with us in this space. That at least then gives me the opportunity to have some agreement for confidentiality for my data. It gives me some ability to give confidentiality for the software that we use for call time and for all of the fundraising, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And the data, as you well know, and what you collect and what you pay for over time, and the list that you curate over time when you're running for office are kind of the gold. They are the keys to the kingdom in many ways. So giving that away to your opponent without knowledge, I think that it is fair, at least fair, that you have some knowledge that they are going to work with your opponent. We are talking about the person running against you. That is fair. I want you to know that if these firms have attorneys in the firm, they have to do this now. So this is straightforward. I think this is good policy. This is something that does happen. I don't have a problem with a company doing this. I don't have a problem. We only have so many great campaign consultants. I do not have a problem if they tell me that they're going to take on my primary opponent and also run their events. But I might. At least I then, as the candidate, get that choice, and I can then manage with them contractually about what might need to happen for my own protection of my own campaign. So that is the reason I rise in support of this. I don't find anything in the bill that does anything other than that. Thanks.
Representative Brooks.
Chair, thank you. I, on some hand, agree with what was just said. Sure, it would be nice to know. I believe that there is an intersection, however, of personal accountability with asking these questions as a candidate yourself and making those verifications yourself to ensure, and if you're not able to get the answers that you want, it's not like there's just one consultant out there from which to choose. I also believe that free market has the ability to correct these things. If you're dealing with somebody, a consultant that has then perhaps made an error, made a lapse in judgment, crossed lines that shouldn't have been crossed. I mean, I believe that reputation is of paramount importance in a business like that, and that market correction I would expect to be made, because it should be made. because those are people that in that particular instance probably you would not want to engage with. So there's the intersection of that, and I just can't really get my head around believing that this is an area in which we need to legislate, that we need to insert ourselves. I know it's a stretch, but I'm going to say it anyway. That I worked in radio for the better part of my lifetime, and you have competing companies, you have competing interests that are within the same building, they're on the same station, or within the same salesperson. You don't have to have somebody that is running a campaign for an automobile company. The competing automobile company doesn't have to go to a different salesperson. Why? Because there's a certain integrity that you're going to uphold when it comes to ensuring that you're representing your clients to the best of your ability. Again, it would be up to the individual to say, this is going to be a problem for me. I do not want to be lumped in with this other campaign. I believe that there's personal responsibility for checking on that. Again, this is an expansion into an area I don't believe that we have any business in legislating. I would urge a no vote on this.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1137? Seeing none, members, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1137 as amended. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1137 as amended is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 1.
Senate Bill 1 by Senators Roberts and Bridges, also Representatives Basenecker and Richardson, concerning housing and in connection therewith, authorizing a Board of County Commissioners to appropriate money to support specified types of housing and making the middle-income housing tax credit available to transferees who do not own an interest in a qualified development.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, colleagues. I know it's late. I know you're weary. I know your plans didn't include debating seconds after 3. And with all apologies to Pete Seeger, I'll move on to discuss Senate Bill 26001.
Before we do that, can you move the bill?
Certainly. I move Senate Bill 26001.
To the bill.
All righty.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, folks. There's a lot going on in this bill, but it's all very focused on achieving one thing, and that is actually helping to provide counties the ability to prioritize the tools they have and the monies that they have to affect the amount of middle-income, workforce-type housing in their counties. And that's the reason I joined this. I often come up here and express my opinion about state-directed, one-size-fits-all solutions to housing problems, and this is not that. The bill is permissive. It's not prescriptive. It doesn't dictate, as I said, a statewide housing agenda from this building. It doesn't mandate that any county or city actually do anything. It just provides a toolbox and then leaves the decision-making where it belongs, with the governments that are closest to the people. Housing pressures can look very different depending on where you live. A rural county trying to keep teachers, deputies, and EMTs in the community faces different realities than fast-growing suburban corridors or mountain communities that are really looking at workforce for their private businesses. 26001 recognizes that truth. It gives local governments clearer authority to respond to local needs using local judgment and local accountability within the current revenue levels and in accordance with locally determined priorities. It does a few things. First, it clarifies that counties may use existing general fund resources, including property tax revenue that's already being collected, to support workforce housing and housing authorities. That matters, and as a former county commissioner, I can say it really matters, because as much as it may frustrate us, we only have the authority in counties that the state deigns to give us. And so this ensures that there's clarity and that these monies can be used, if that is a local priority, to address housing constraints. Second, it provides flexibility for local governments to use land and local assets more effectively. Again, not forcing any particular outcome, just providing an allowance. and letting communities act where they determine it's in the best interest and consistent with their local housing needs assessments. And third, it improves the ability to pull private capital into these projects by expanding the transferability of certain housing tax credits. That's important because the best housing solutions are certainly never going to be built on government dollars alone, and we shouldn't expect that. When you can attract private investment, banks, businesses, local partners, you can stretch limited public resources further. And using that authority under this bill, projects that otherwise wouldn't pencil out can actually proceed to completion. And then the final thing I really want to hit on is this bill does not raise taxes. It doesn't create any new levies. It doesn't mandate new spending. It simply allows governments to use existing tools and existing dollars more efficiently if they choose. Anything above and beyond that is a decision of the voters. So if you believe in local control, if you believe in trusting county commissioners and city councils to prioritize their own budgets, if you believe that the state should empower, not command, then this bill is the right approach. It respects local differences, it provides options, and it keeps decisions in the hands of the people that are going to live with the results. So these are the reasons that I joined this bill.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
And it's also an honor to be on this bill with my good colleague who randomly throws out a Bob Seger quote. And I will just mention that, and Mr. Chair, I know that you will appreciate that quote as a Michigan native and knowing that Bob Seger also has a home on Mackinac Island. And would we be so lucky that Mackinac County would have such authority to be able to spend their dollars on housing like we are aimed to do in this bill? This bill is fairly simple. Larimer County, Summit County, counties across the state of Colorado face statutory ambiguity as to whether or not they can use general fund dollars for this express purpose of building affordable housing. We seek to clarify that in statute, letting them do what they would like with the revenue that they already take in. As my colleague mentioned, this is not a new tax. It simply gives them flexibility to spend on a priority that is important to all of us. I think the other piece that really attracted me to this bill was the ability to really expand the pool of investors in the middle-income housing space, and this bill does so in a very meaningful way. At the end of the day, we recognize that our municipalities, our counties, and certainly we as a state need to use every tool in the toolbox to build affordable housing. This seeks to give our local jurisdictions just one more tool that they can seek to use, and for those reasons, we ask for a yes vote.
Excellent work, Speaker Pro Tem, like a rock. Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do have one technical amendment, a drafting error to correct. I move L015 to Senate Bill 001 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Could you night moves the amendment? To the amendment.
All righty. Very complex amendment, a drafting error after some items were moved around. It was, let's see, there we go. Section 3922-5404 of Colorado Revised Statutes, as amended in Section 2 of this act, was actually found to land in a different part of the bill. So without knowing where that Section 2 would be until all the amending was done, it wound up as Section 7. And therefore, this amendment just makes sure that that is so. So I would ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion on L015? Seeing none, members, the question before us is the adoption of L015. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. L015 is passed. Back to the bill. Representative Brooks.
Chair, thank you. And it just before the bill sponsors have a chance to forget, Bob Seger also did say, "Get out of Denver," if you remember that. I have the honor of sitting on this year was not on last year, Transportation, Local Housing Government. This is actually a little bit of a interesting bill. It put me in a tough spot, honestly, because on one hand, you've got some us fiddling around with free markets. You've got us, with some expansion of limited government. There's some things in this that I have issues with. However, at the end of the day, I did vote yes to support this because of a very fair argument that was made that this does give local governments some ability. This does give local governments the authority through the MIHA credits, Middle Income Housing Authority credits, to be able to solve some of the housing issues within their own local government without us here pushing those ideas down, which we are so fond of doing. But this actually takes it from the local government and gives them the power to it. To be perfectly honest, am still struggling a little bit with which way I'm going to lean on this when it comes around to thirds, but I did want to get it out of committee because it does do what I know I have stood at this well and argued for, and that is to support local government. So,
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple amendments here. I move L016 to SB001 and ask that it be displayed.
Just one moment while we turn the page.
Here I go.
Representative DeGraff.
Turn the page. So this is on page 6, lines 7 through 17, and this is strike this section here. A government or quasi-governmental org may transfer credits allocated to it by the authority or a transferee, and this changes it to a government or quasi-governmental organization. A quasi-governmental organization being a governmental organization, like being a non-audited government organization, I think we call them NGOs typically, just non-audited government organizations. Under the control, serving the purposes of government, but just lacking accountability. So this takes this, and the government, quasi-government entity shall not transfer credits allocated to it by the authority. A credit allocated pursuant to this section may be claimed only by the government, governmental or quasi-governmental entity. And the reason is, there is this, some of these things just become part of a funding shell game. No intention of the bill sponsors, no doubt, but they do. This document, affordable housing tax credits are frequently sold to investors such as banks and corporations in order to raise project equity. While common in housing and finance, this creates a secondary market where credits can function like financial assets rather than purely public housing tools. Several federal investigations have uncovered fraud schemes involving housing subsidies, no surprise there, and tax credit, because anywhere you have government money involved, you're going to have fraud. And tax credit structures, including inflated development costs and kickbacks tied to credit financing. So we have these good intentions of these tools, and then they are used. And because anytime the government gets involved, it takes an artificial source of money, and you take that artificial supply of money, and then basically what you're just going to do is you're just going to drive up the costs. You see that in college, with college costs going up drastically. When the government gets involved to buy stuff, it just makes the cost for itself more expensive. Government doesn't care because it just charges the citizens, and then the crony network gets paid. Several investigations have uncovered fraud schemes involving housing subsidies and tax credit structures, including inflated development costs and kickbacks tied to credit financing. Government accountability, GAO, and housing policy organizations have warned about monitoring and reporting weaknesses within tax credit programs, including inconsistent oversight as to how credits are allocated and used. So again, this amendment just says the people that you gave them to, they're the ones that need to use them. Why? Because we want to stay away from the fraud that has been uncovered in similar programs. Doesn't mean that's the intent of the bill. It just means those things happen when you have this common structure. Economists and policy analysts have argued that housing tax credit programs can sometimes inflate development costs. So when we inflate development costs, what that means is you've placed an artificial demand on the market, and you have a limited supply. You demand more, and you're gonna pay more. So the government is going to pay more. The citizens are going to pay more. Everybody's going to pay more because we're introducing this. Introducing more artificial currency, more fiat currency, and allow investors to profit from credit structures rather than housing production. So that's what we want. We want the actors, financial actors, with the trade and the swapping and the shell games of these type of credits, which ultimately I'm not really sure that's not their intent. Not the sponsor's intent, but the intent of these programs, these credit programs. So economists and policy analysts have argued that housing tax credit programs can sometimes inflate development costs. So we're trying to drive down the cost of housing. We're allowing this swapping of these credits, and then we're driving up the price of housing, and then charging citizens and tax-paying widgets for this. Financial actors to profit from credit structures rather than housing production. So there's just a lot of brokers that are making money moving these tax credits around as opposed to building. And then when the building doesn't get done, the need is stated as we need more tax credits and we need more building, and then we just get more shuffling of the citizens' money around, where the citizens are getting built and houses are not getting built. This amendment ensures that housing tax credits allocated to government or quasi-governmental entities cannot be transferred to outside parties. This helps keep credits tied to public entity responsible for the housing project, reduces speculation in credit markets, and strengthens the accountability for a public housing resource. I think it's a friendly amendment for the bill. It's intended to be a friendly amendment for the bill. It's intended to be a friendly amendment for the citizens of Colorado so that they get more housing and less speculation. So I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Richardson.
I do thank my good colleague from El Paso for being so friendly. Do have just a few items I did want to hit on just in the practicality of what's proposed. Issuing tax credits only to a government or quasi-government that doesn't pay taxes doesn't allow those credits to be used in any way. So we don't pay taxes. And I know that's kind of a painful thing and part of the discussion where we do have things the government doesn't do that we force onto citizens, but that is the way our policies and government is structured. I do not see issues with inflation or fiat currency, as Colorado doesn't issue its own currency, and I know things can or may go awry. But these are small projects governed by localities and overseen by the folks that are putting their citizens' money into this and have to be responsive to those citizens if things go awry. So, as I said, tax credits only have value to those that pay taxes. So, local governments and housing authorities can't use the credits themselves if they were to be directed only to them. Instead, they are typically used to form partnerships with private investors who sell credits to investors that can use them and use those proceeds as equity to finance the project. And that was something in the bill itself is very critical in terms of actually getting projects to pencil out so they could be built and not have to use local ad valorem taxes to fill gaps. These are monies that have already been allocated, appropriated, whatever the right term you would want to use is, to this program and are being drawn down. There's no new money. So, and then the MIHA credit itself, the statute that it establishes it specifically and very expressly expects them to be used in this way. So this is just taking forward something that was put into statute, recognizing that there are always risks, but at some point, we have to trust our local governments to do what's right by their citizens with the money they collect from their citizens and what's allocated from the state. So recognizing the concerns, I still would recommend a no vote on this amendment.
Representative DeGraff.
Well, then I'm really confused on how we're paying for these things, because such a government, quasi-government entity shall invest in the qualified development of any compensation received in connection, any compensation, not necessarily just the tax credit, with the transfer of credits to the transferee. So I'm confused if we have tax credits that are directed at groups, agencies, governmental or quasi-governmental organizations that don't pay taxes. Why do we have a bill that's directed to give tax credits to these organizations that don't pay taxes? Because if we're giving tax credits to the governmental and quasi-governmental organizations, or just organizations in general that don't pay taxes, then the only thing that they can do is get involved in the speculation of these. And then we're probably better off just maybe, I don't know, just paying them money instead of pushing it down the road and saying, well, we will take in less money and then you can keep more. It is an interesting statement. Certainly an interesting statement on behalf of coming in part, at least from the majority party, that reducing taxes would encourage building. I think that's something that we could do across the board, and you wouldn't need a governmental agency. But if we're going to be paying these agencies, these governmental and quasi-governmental agencies, with these credits, and the only thing that they can do with these credits is then get involved in the speculative market, which history shows us is prone to inflate the development cost, allow financial actors to profit from credit structures rather than housing, and are a source of fraud schemes involving housing subsidies and tax structures. So I think maybe just is the structure of this something that we have to look at? Maybe what city governments should be doing is bringing in their revenues, having a surplus, and then paying out of that surplus and paying out of that, as opposed to always leveraging themselves against the future. So I'm a little curious, because this says that these government entities are going to be basically compensated. Transferee to which the credit is transferred pursuant to this subsection entitled to claim the credit in a manner. So we are encouraging the speculation in a market that is known for fraud, inflation, and allowing financial actors to profit from credit structures rather than housing production. Maybe we need to focus this on like actual economies instead of the pretend economies of tax credits.
Any further discussion on Amendment L016? Seeing none, members, the question before us is the adoption of L016. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The noes have it. L016 is lost. Back to the bill. Any further discussion? Representative DeGraff. Representative DeGraff, we've got tonight.
I'm sorry, say it again.
Never mind.
I'm sure it was funny. I just didn't hear it. I'm sorry.
Just still quoting Bob Seeger.
Well, then it was applicable. It was appropriate, so it should be. All right. I move L017 to ASB 001 and ask that it be displayed.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Page 5, lines 16 through 20, strike. Add, to appropriate money for workforce housing only upon voter approval at a regular election. One of the things that I'm hearing increasingly from the citizens of Colorado is that they are very concerned about the rate of housing that is going up. And to them, it looks very much like this is a jobs program for developers. Denver has record housing vacancies. Colorado or El Paso County, I think, is at 25% plus. And this room, I mean, it's just scheme after scheme after scheme to try to bolster that and to build more houses. Now, it's a little bit concerning when our birth rate is below anything that is even sustainable, not even on replacement, certainly not on growth. And the demographers say that we anticipate some large influx of young fertile females. Now, that's what they say. It's disturbing to me to make a projection on that. But we're building vacant units, and then because we have these vacant units, then we want to tax the vacant units at a higher rate in order to punish them, to make them drop the rates even lower. What we're doing is we're ultimately building this gigantic bubble, and bubbles are really, really pretty right up until they pop, and then they're kind of messy. So this is just to give the citizens, to go back to a level of local control. Let the county commissioners, let the leaders of or the administrators, I should say, of the town, they shouldn't be considering themselves leaders. They should be representing the will of the people. And in this regard, let's make it a little bit, they can come up with their proposal, and then they put it forward in kind of the cooling process, just like we're supposed to have here with the House and the Senate, where the Senate is the cooling chamber for the hot ideas that come out of here, that we will actually honor the citizens of Colorado and trust what they have to say, not just municipal governments who don't pay the price if they make a mistake. The citizens, again, are growing weary of building more when the governor promises that the housing prices are going to go down, and the way he's delivering on that promise is delivering bill after bill after bill that will eventually result in a housing bubble and market collapse. That is not a great strategy. If we want to lower prices, if we want to lower the cost of housing, we can do it immediately in things like regulation. We can do it in things like taxation. We can do it across the board in a myriad of ways that don't involve tax schemes and trying to favor one developer over another because they have a label for the house that they say it's because the program schemes that we're doing for affordable housing are clearly not working. And instead of looking at why, we just say, well, we need more. And so, which is the characteristic. I'm not saying this is a bad program. I'm just saying we probably need to look at this, and we need to allow the citizens to weigh in on this and make sure that they're consulted. Because it's really easy for government entities who have a financial incentive to continue this development, to continue the development in order to eke out dollars from the state. So if it's a good idea, if you have a good idea, if the county commissioners or if they have a good idea, bring it in the election. Present it to the citizens, let them vote on it, and bring it down to a more appropriate level of local control. Because again, the housing crisis is mostly imaginary. I know you'll say it's not, but the market will repair this rate. If we start filling up houses, the market will fix it. But right now, our birth rate is only a fraction of even maintenance, and is definitely not growth. And if we already have vacancies at a record rate and we're not able to sustain our population, I suppose the only thing that we're thinking of is that at some point in the near future, you'll be able to open the floodgates to foreign nationals again, which is, that also collapses the economy, but that's a different bill. So we need to get the citizens and just ask them. If they have a good business plan for it, they can convince them of the need, then great. But what the citizens are seeing is all of these affordable housing projects that are really they're built for double income, no kids, that they're not inexpensive places to live. They're popping up like fungus all over Colorado, high levels of vacancy. We're looking at adding more, and the citizens are asking, why are you doing this? This allows the citizens to be involved. It doesn't say it's a bad program. It just sets them in place to look at the needs of their community instead of having it imposed from Denver.
Any further discussion on L017? Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, well, much of what my colleague had just said was very likely valid when you're looking at the state level down. This bill really is intended to address very hyper-local issues where needs are very well defined and very well known by the local governments. In terms of the amendment, I am all for transparency and public input. In fact, the budgeting process of the county generally starts in June of each year, sometimes before, looking at mid-year spending. But in October 15th is kind of the key date where the draft budget is released publicly and made available for the public to review so they know what intended spending is. That draft budget is then reviewed in formal hearings, generally sometime in November, and then adopted at a public meeting in December. There are many places along the way for the folks that are being served to have a say. This is not a question of whether taxes should be raised. It's a prioritization of spending of taxes that have been collected, and that is the entirety of the budgeting process. If we're going to ask for a vote on this sort of spending, then we're going down the trail of asking for a vote on the entire budget or every line on the budget, to the point where we would never have a budget. We would never be able to provide needed services to our citizens. So I appreciate where this amendment is going. I appreciate what it's trying to achieve. I just think that the processes in place provide more than adequate transparency and ability for the public to weigh in on the spending of their money.
Representative
Urge a no vote.
Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm not sure if I understand the bill right, but I would just like to describe something where I live. So where I live in Cortez, Colorado, it's all workforce housing, all of it. Everybody, the majority of people have a job there. So anybody that has a house there, it works somewhere. What's interesting about where I live is 60 miles away is Telluride. And the other 60 miles away is Purgatory, two ski areas. Especially though Telluride is the one I want to bring up because that's where all the billionaires live. And so I'm trying to figure this out is, are we trying to make it to where we're going to give a tax credit to those huge corporations in Telluride so that they can build workforce housing in Cortez, Colorado? For me's sake, and then I'm going to sound like this side, but why don't the big corporations build the housing for their workers?
Any further discussion on L017? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think the difference here when we're talking about this is when you have the municipal governments, when you have the those budgets are developed by the people, and those budgets and priorities are developed by the citizens of that area. This is something that is imposed by the state, and so since it's going from the state and saying that you need to do this and do these programs, or have these authorities and optional things from the government are only optional until they're not complied with voluntarily, and then they somehow become mandates. So I think it is appropriate, and to my colleague's point, I'm really not sure what is not workforce housing. I mean, every place that I know of in the subdivisions, my area is mostly subdivisions, but all those families have jobs. Those are all workforce of Colorado Springs. So we have affordable housing, now we have workforce housing. The areas that this body can significantly lower the cost, again, would be in the regulation. We know that regulation is upwards of 30 to even 50% by some estimates of the cost of housing. And instead of looking at that and doing a deep dive, we come up with a new scheme that is tax credits that is involved in that we know are involved in fraud because they're swapped around and it becomes a whole underground or sub-economy market. So it's just amazing to me that we're continually coming up with anything other than actually addressing the issue, and the issues of expensive housing are largely driven by this room. So this room coming up, the likelihood of this room coming up with a solution to the problems they made, it's just, we're just compounding bad legislation with more. And I would like to see, instead of, like maybe we get into real money. Like you have a job, you want a job done, you pay to have that job done. You don't extend tax credits that go into a swappable market that it's like all the fraud that goes on with food stamps. The food stamps are supposed to help certain individuals, but then they trade those, and then you have a whole sub-economy of food stamps. And then that goes into a whole area of fraud. All of these government programs, and this is just kind of food stamps for, or maybe we'll call them housing stamps or something like that. Do we just have housing stamps and credits, and it's all feeding the underground economy of fraud, and the citizens are tired of it, and they want some accountability. So just build the business plan. It's a mandate from the state. Take it to the people, the locality, and ask them if they approve of that plan. So, because this is not something, this bill is not organic to those communities. It's being imposed on them.
Any further discussion on L017? Seeing none, members, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L017. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. L017 is lost. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, listen. This bill has been living inside my heart for some time. It's not blind love. It's a belief in Main Street. It's a belief that in your time, you don't have to be a traveling man. You could say, no more, here I am on the road again. You could eliminate the need for all of those inconvenient night moves when you lose your housing. Because local govs can help invest in housing that is indeed like a rock. And that no matter who you are, you can say, I'm coming home. We ask for a yes vote.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, call me a relic, call me what you will. That was phenomenal. Representative Richardson.
Members, I apologize. I seem to have created a monster of rock. But it is a good bill. It is not imposing anything on anyone. It is providing authorities to local governments to use in a way that should serve their citizens. So I would ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 1? Seeing none, members, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 1 as amended. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 1 as amended is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
You've heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Schiebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report as under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. House Bills 1130 as amended, 1137 as amended, 1185 as amended, and 1213 passed on second reading, ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third and final passage. Senate Bill 1 is amended, and Senate Bill 7 passed on second reading, ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Representative Woodrow. Members, you have heard the motion. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole, the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Slaw, how do you vote? Yes.
No.
Representative Slaw.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Representative Slaw
No.
votes no. Thank you. Representative Kelty, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Kelty votes no. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
No, ma'am.
Representative Weinberg votes no.
Yeah. You actually finished that.
Please close the machine. With 39 aye, 21 no, and 5 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Announcements. Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Folks, because the hour's gone late, Finance Committee will be meeting at 4:20 in 0112. The bills are going to change order a little bit. We will have 1107 and 1221, but then we're going to move up Senate Bill 46 and then close it out with 1222 and 1223. See you then.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. State Affairs members, we will be gaveling in at 4:30 p.m. over in the Old State Library. Please do not be late. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's Monday, so I am here to announce Bible study is tomorrow morning, starting at 7:15 in room 109 in the basement. We would love to have you join us. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Agriculture, Water, Natural Resources Committee will also be meeting at 4:20 in our regular room to hear the one bill. 107.
Thank you. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar till Tuesday, March 10th, 2026.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until tomorrow. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move the House stand in recess until later today.
The House will stand in recess until later today.